morning, everyone. It being 9 a.m.
Scott, you think I'm going to speak?
I am going to, we are opening the public hearings today for the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I would ask everyone to please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yes, they are.
And with that, I am going to open the public hearing on HB 1636.
And the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee calls Representative John Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fine committee members. Last year we passed this out of the House, went to the Senate, and there was the other side of the wall, and there was an amendment attached to it, and sadly the governor vetoed this bill. The governor has said, and the other side said, as long as there's no attachments, they will pass this, so I hope we can to pass this bill. Bottom line, this is a housekeeping bill. Currently, if you have a New Hampshire concealed carry license, you can carry a gun on a snowmobile or a four-wheeler. Now, you're going to hear testimony, I'm assuming, if they show up, that there's going to be accidental discharges if this passes. Well, I'll tell you right now, most people that I know that ride snowmobiles and four-wheelers carry a gun, and I've never heard of an accidental discharge. Because most people don't know that there's a tiny little law in Fish and Game that goes against constitutional carry. That says you can't carry while you're on a snowmobile or a four-wheeler. I'm also told that Fish and Game will not enforce this because they were told by the AG that if you enforce this, if you give somebody a ticket for carrying a gun on a snowmobile or a four-wheeler, it's going to be thrown out of court, and so they've been told not to enforce this. So this is really just a housekeeping bill. It's just to clean the language up so that way constitutional carry in New Hampshire is constitutional carry in New Hampshire. You should have a right, any vehicle you're in, to carry a gun without a license. And again, if you have a concealed carry license today, like I do, and I was just on a snowmobile, guess what? I'm carrying. That's the way it is. But if you don't have a concealed carry license because you don't need one for constitutional carry, then Fish and Game can cite you against this law that is on the books, which I'm hoping to repeal. And again, Fish and Game was told not to do that, but we still need to clean the language up so that way everything is clean when it comes to our laws. I want to thank you for your allowing me to speak, and I hope you vote yes on this bill.
There being no questions from the committee, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We now call Representative Greg Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am in favor of this bill. I request that you give it an OTP to pass, and my testimony will be very brief. Article 2A of the New Hampshire Constitution, the bearing of arms. All persons have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves, their families, their property, and the state. Thank you for hearing my testimony. I'll take any questions.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
We now call Alan Rice, Gun Owners of America.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alan Rice. I am a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire, and I'm here on behalf of Gun Owners of America. We strongly support Representative Burt's bill. We were a strong supporter of constitutional carry when it was enacted in 2017. We've now had almost 5 years of residents and visitors to New Hampshire carrying guns loaded and concealed on their person, in their cars, in their pickup trucks, and on their boats without a license. The outlier is, as Representative Burt stated, an antiquated fish and game law that requires a person to obtain a license to carry a concealed and loaded pistol or revolver, or even an openly carried pistol or revolver on a snow machine or an ATV. It's inconsistent with our constitutional carry law. It violates Article 2A, as Representative Huff pointed out, and on behalf of Gun Owners of America, we would urge the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee to vote House Bill 1636 ought to pass without any amendments, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
There being no questions, we appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The committee now calls Lauren Lepage from the National Rifle Association.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Lepage. I am a resident of Sanford, Maine, but I am the New Hampshire State Director for the National Rifle Association. We are here in strong support of this bill. We supported it last year as well. We thank Representative Burt for submitting this bill. I will be very brief and will submit electronic testimony for the committee, but I do just want to echo, we see this as a common sense cleanup measure just to make permitless carry consistent across the board. And certainly you shouldn't give up your right to self-defense just because you chose to recreate on an off-terrain vehicle versus some other sort of vehicle. So I'm happy to take any questions, but like I said, I will submit electronic testimony to the committee as well.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
The committee now calls Penny Dean. Take your time.
My name is Penny Dean, and I'm fighting a cold, so I apologize if not COVID, just fighting a cold. I'm an attorney. I'm licensed in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and I'm admitted to several federal courts as well. And I'm just testifying here to say that this is really common sense, that to pick on a person because of their choice of transportation, and particularly women. I think of women, I've had several surgeries, I still need a new ankle yet, and I need to be able to defend myself in any situation and by any mode of transportation. So I ask that the committee consider that in the fact that you can't always choose your method of transportation, and you certainly can't choose where the bad guys are. And so being a woman and being, unfortunately, I never thought I'd be, but somewhat disabled in transportation somewhat, I need to be able to defend myself, and I'd ask the committee to give us that opportunity. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions, by the way.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who hasn't signed up but wishes to testify on this bill? There being none, I hereby close the hearing on HB 1636. And at this time, I'm going to open an executive session on HB 1636. Anyone wish to make a motion? I will. State your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion about to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Motion made by Representative Burt, ought to pass. Seconded by Representative Wallace. Does anyone wish to make a discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This really is a housekeeping bill. We have constitutional carry. There's this law on fish and game that really needs to be repealed. They can't enforce it, or they won't, because they know what's going to happen if they go to court. So I know the AG and I and many other gun owners would like to have this cleaned up, so that way we have a true constitutional carry in New Hampshire. So I hope you will vote yes when the vote comes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wallace, do you wish to speak to your second?
No.
Does anyone else wish to speak? There being no one else wishing to speak, I'll now put this to the vote. The clerk will call the vote.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch. Yes. Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Burt. Yes. Representative Green. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman. Yes. Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Pratt. Yes. Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
No.
Representative Panalakis.
No.
Representative O'Hearn. Representative Bourdonnais.
No.
Representative Muse.
No.
Representative Newman. Representative Bolden. Representative Conley.
No.
Representative Klein Knight. Representative Bradley.
No.
Chairman Abbas.
Chair votes yes.
With 10 yeas, 6 nays, and 4 no votes, motion passes.
I hereby close the executive session on HB 1636, and we will be in recess until 9:45.
Will there be minority and majority reports?
Will there be a minority report on that, please, anyone?
I have 11. 11 to 6. I have no idea. Over there, there's a towel.
You know what? You mind you and I change seats only
Sure.
because
I have no problem. Because I'm not planning on being here. You have a suitcase? Leave it to you. You missed the first exec session.
I don't know how we can go in the exec when I haven't upstairs.
that spot, please, like a parking spot. You got an orange cone? We could have met in, LLB. Can you do it? You don't have one not beside Dave, do you? Is this the only? Okay, no, that's fine. Well, when we met here, I made out, but it's here.
That's all.
Going back to the LLB. That's right. It is in our personality.
Oh, is there more? Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Overprotective.
Yeah.
So many trips. Thank you very much. Yeah, all my luggage here. Gene, do you need a porter? Do you have one of those like hotel? That's all I need. I can do it in one trip. I mean, you're in the majority, just get lots of yard service for us. We'll take your luggage up to your seat. I'll be getting next time to stick it in my jacket there. Just keep an eye on the jacket. It's only worth like 5 minutes. Take the stuff. Why don't you sign it? You have anything yet? No, we both.
I know.
What are we, executive?
Yes.
Can I sit up here? Let it go.
Or is it permission?
There's a mic right there. Yeah, because I brought I brought overnight clothes, you know, in case it runs long.
If we need another seat, I'll move in there with my.
I don't think we're missing anybody else, right?
All right. Because I can't hear better.
Right here.
Excuse me, I'm somebody special. Excuse me, get out of my way. I'm so.
Test. Is this on?
Yeah, it is. Somebody so special. So special. I might be asleep. Knock on the door before you.
there too. Well, David, who gives her a ride? Is her accomplice? No, yeah. So what? I am a co-signer two of David's bills. So what can I do on public hearing? According to what we heard yesterday, you can take one of two roads. You can testify or you can ask questions. So you can't do both. I'm just wondering, I think I got astonished by Remy because I was asking questions like that when I was consulting. So you're gonna ask the chair, will you please come here and address a problem issue?
I gotta get some paper clips.
An issue, not a problem.
Here's some. Want these?
Yes, I.
Oh,
Your bed looks like, I mean, at least you can.
What's from the,
Darryl said he can do whatever he wants to as long as he's not the crime sponsor yet.
actually, my dad doesn't.
but he can't do both. He can only do one.
He's got these delusions of grandeur going on.
Want to buy any donuts? I got donuts for sale. $5 each.
Well, he doesn't have big feet. Biden.
Biden's inflation. What do you want me to tell you?
I know.
change everything if you're gonna stick somebody in here. Yeah, they all do now. If I stay up here and you're in here, it's not gonna. Well, he said he was. Did I hear that right? I'm sorry, what did you say, Dick? I wasn't listening to you. Because people who are coming in from California to testify know they have to be here by 11:30. Otherwise, they flew in for nothing. Dick, you want a donut? I got $5 a donut. $5. You sure? Pretty soon it's going to go up to $6. It's down there. You haven't signed in? Nobody writes as neat as you.
You are important.
I'm thinking about subletting some of the space, you know, Airbnb or something, no?
What time's the next one, 9:45?
9:45.
I'm surprised we didn't exec something.
We did.
No, I meant another bill that needs to be exec. I swear to God, Dennis.
You have to talk to him.
No violence. Violence is out of style. No violence. Yeah. Look at this freaking room I've got. I never even. I was here one time for transportation.
In here?
On these tables. These tables suck. At least in the committee, you've got some room to move some shit around. You don't have elbow room or anything.
Scott, I was up there yesterday on a bill I had for transportation. There was nobody in our committee room. And I asked Carol. Yeah. And I went up there this morning thinking that we were having there. And they said, oh no, you're over in Rexall. So I asked Carol, can we do Tuesdays? Walked away, no comment.
Oh.
Wow.
You looking for a spot over here now? You get kicked out somewhere else? Huh? You know if somebody know you talk about. They pack a water bottle for me. Because the TSA agent asked me if it ended up being packed, and I said no. Close. We're getting close, that's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm glad they finally gave you an office.
I'm gonna sublet this. Look at all the people people can sleep over, there's plenty of them. I found my water bottle. Somebody did pack it for me.
I accuse David of doing that.
Once we're all packed with SREs, like if we get warm, because it's always too hot, we end up, people end up standing by the window. Oh, cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is, I lost in the snow, so stressed out, I was down
At this time, we will now open the public hearing on House Bill 1668, requiring a background check prior to any commercial firearm sales.
The committee now calls the Honorable Catherine Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I mean no disrespect by wearing my hat. I just find myself recently in a position of being follically challenged, and it's very cold, so I apologize, and there's no disrespect meant by that. Thank you, members of the committee and Mr. Chairman. My name is Catherine Rogers. I represent Merrimack District 28, which is the east side of Concord, and we happily welcome you to our city every day. House Bill 1668 is a simple bill. It fills a loophole that currently exists by requiring commercial advertised firearm sales or transfers to be subject to a criminal background check. If that does not happen, the seller faces a misdemeanor penalty for each violation. The language is clear and specific. It makes an exception for sales or transfers between friends and families. This is not an overreach by government. It's a public safety measure to keep more guns out of the hands of those who we all agree shouldn't have them, people like felons and domestic abusers. We may be lucky enough to have avoided the spotlight of any national tragedy with any mass shootings so far in our state. However, we're not immune to violence. We do have firearms-related violence in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is also a net exporter of guns, and a substantial percentage of our firearms have a short time to crime. That is a percentage of guns recovered in a crime within 2 years of original sale, a strong indicator of gun trafficking. According to data collected from the gun trafficking statistics from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, New Hampshire exported 18.3 guns per 100,000 inhabitants, whereas the national average was 14.1, and 29.3% of New Hampshire's firearms have a short time to crime. The national average was 22.6%. You will likely hear the argument that this bill will only affect law-abiding citizens because criminals don't follow the law anyway. My response is, then why don't we all just pack up and go home? Maybe that's a good thing for some of us to think. What's good in passing laws when criminals don't follow any of the laws? Laws impose restrictions on the behavior of only those who follow them. Laws, therefore, only hurt law-abiding citizens. Every law could be refuted with this paradox, and societies would swiftly descend into anarchy. Laws against rape, murder, and theft, for example, are rarely followed by rapists, murderers, and thieves. But the fact that such people exist in society is the reason these laws are there in the first place. You may hear also that the Second Amendment is sacred and should never be regulated under any circumstance. We know that the Supreme Court has ruled that it can be regulated, and we know that that same Constitution also grants the right to free speech, and yet we do not have the right to yell fire in a crowded theater. And while we're talking about the Constitution, we also have a Constitution that provides for a free and fair election, but we do ask people to identify themselves when they go to the polls. More and more so, we ask for more identity. So that's regulated. Everything in the Constitution can be regulated reasonably. House Bill 1668 is a simple bill, but it merely requires anyone selling a firearm at an in-state gun show, flea market, or via online solicitation or classified ad to get a background check. It's constitutional, and it's a regulation that fits in with the beliefs and the majority of our population. Close to 80% of the population supports this kind of regulation. I ask you to look at this bill thoughtfully and vote ought to pass, and I thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Representative.
The committee now calls Cindy White.
Representative Muse?
Yes, I had a question for Representative Rogers.
You're recognized.
Representative Rogers, is this bill fundamentally the same as HB 1379 from the 2020 session?
Yes, it is, Representative Muse.
Thank you.
Representative, you're excused.
Thank you. My name is Cindy White. I'm an attorney from Hopkinton, and I'm here in support of this bill. David Ray Connolly was barred from owning a firearm because of his criminal record, but he bought a gun over the internet with no background check, and he used it to massacre 8 people in Texas. Dylan Roof was prohibited by law from buying a gun, but was allowed to buy one because the background check was not completed within 3 business days. He used that gun to massacre 9 people at a Charleston church during Bible study. These cases happened in other states, but they could just as easily have happened here because of gaping loopholes in our gun safety laws. Keeping guns out of the hands of dangerous persons is critical. We know that it's risky to allow felons, domestic abusers, and other prohibited persons to have access to guns. In 34% of mass shootings between 2009 and 2016, the gunman was legally barred from possessing firearms. Studies show that stronger background check laws are associated with significantly lower rates of firearms, homicides, and suicides. Many people misunderstand the current law and believe that the federal law requires background checks in all cases, but it does not. The federal Brady law has been very successful and has blocked sales to millions of dangerous people who are not legally allowed to possess guns. But it applies only to sales by federally licensed firearms dealers. Because of that limitation, an estimated 22% of all gun sales, millions each year, take place with no background check, many at gun shows and over the internet. HB 1668 would help close this loophole. Enacting a state background check requirement should be an easy choice. It's a win-win situation. It will enhance public safety and save lives while respecting the rights of reasonable, law-abiding gun owners. Nobody should want to allow guns to get into the hands of dangerous people, and almost nobody does. Background check requirements are supported by 97% of Americans and 94% of granite staters, including 90% of gun owners. The bill would also close a second gaping hole in the federal law, the Charleston loophole, by requiring completion of the background check before a commercial firearm sale. Federal law does not require this. Under the law, a licensed firearm dealer may proceed with the sale of a firearm after 3 business days, even if the required background check has not been completed and there's been no confirmation that the buyer is legally permitted to buy a gun. As a result, people who are prohibited from law by purchasing a gun are often allowed to buy one, just because the background check has not been finished. The best known example of this is Dylan Roof, but there are many cases like this that happen every day. Requiring a completed background check would not delay most gun sales. Most background checks are finished very quickly. In only about 11% of cases does the NICS need more information, and it is important that they be allowed to get that information, time to get it. Of the cases in 2017 in which NICS delayed its answer to get more information, it later determined that more than 6,000 of those people were legally prohibited from buying a firearm. Unfortunately, in almost 5,000 of those cases, the seller allowed the prohibited person to buy a weapon because the background check was not completed within 3 business days. This committee is charged with protecting public safety. It should not allow partisan divides and heated rhetoric against gun laws to interfere with its duty to somberly assess this bill. HB 1668 does not prevent anyone who is legally permitted to have a gun from getting one, but it does strengthen the law to help assure that dangerous persons who are not legally allowed to have guns do not get one. For those reasons, I ask you to vote for this bill.
Could you please submit your written testimony? Thank you.
Thank you. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Joe Hannon, gun owners of New Hampshire.
Good morning, committee. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Joe Hannon. I'm the Vice President for Gun Owners of New Hampshire. And we ask you today to please ITL this bill. This is not the first time we've heard it, as you're well aware. It has changed slightly since previous generations of the bill. It does seem to allow more exceptions in the last version, I recall. However, it does say if the status of either party's eligibility to own or possess a firearm cannot be ascertained, the transaction shall be completed through a licensed firearms dealer. You know, the background check system is not 100% either. We've heard of mistakes. We've heard some people say that there were people who had not been reported to the NICS system because of errors by either the police department. The Air Force was one example where someone was a danger who was not reported by the Air Force and was able to commit a crime with getting those firearms. The 3-day waiting period is something that, if you heard testimony that if you don't get an answer back in 3 days, you're automatically allowed to get your firearm. You know, it is long enough to do the job. Almost every mistake that I've heard of, and you will hear of, that the person got a firearm after 3 days, without being denied after 3 days, was due to an error. Now, do we give someone 10 days to not make an error, a week, 2 months? I don't think it's going to make a difference. These have all been examples that really would not have been prevented by this law whatsoever. If you look at people buying firearms on the internet without doing a background check from a dealer, that is already against the law. Firearms dealers are not allowed to do a sale over the internet without a background check to an in-state other licensed dealer. That's already illegal. So all these examples you've heard were either errors by people in the system that we're trying to make stronger, or were illegal acts. So I please ask you to ITL this bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The witness is excused.
The committee calls Representative Deborah Altschuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to read off my phone, but even with my glasses, I can't see it that well. So I beg your indulgence for me having my computer, and you will all have a copy of this in your email. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. While federal law requires background checks for all gun sales by licensed gun dealers, it does not require background checks for guns sold by unlicensed sellers, like non-dealers who sell guns online or at gun shows. This loophole enables people with felony convictions, domestic abuse restraining orders, and other people with prohibiting histories to buy guns with no questions asked. The loophole should be closed to require background checks on all gun sales, not just on the sale of firearms from licensed gun dealers. On the East Coast, people can buy a firearm in New Hampshire and Maine without a background check. Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina all require background checks on firearm sales. We have made ourselves an oasis for people looking to get around a background check requirement in their purchase of a firearm. Earlier this morning, I did a search on a popular firearms resale website, and for less than $1,500, I can have a firearm by the end of the day. Requiring background checks on all gun sales is proven to reduce gun violence. State laws requiring background checks for all handgun sales by point of sale check are associated with lower firearm homicide rates, lower firearm suicide rates, and lower firearm trafficking. When Connecticut passed a law requiring background checks, both for a handgun purchase permit and the point of sale, its firearm homicide rate decreased by 40%, and its firearm suicide rate decreased by 15%. Every year, 34,000 Americans take their own life, leaving behind thousands of friends and family members to navigate the tragedy of their loss. Suicide is the 10th leading cause of death among adults in the United States and 3rd leading cause of death among adolescents. In New Hampshire, firearm death is the 3rd leading cause of death. Suicidal thoughts and behaviors are both damaging and dangerous, and therefore considered a psychiatric emergency. Someone experiencing these thoughts should seek immediate assistance from a health or mental health research care provider. Research provided by NAMI New Hampshire has found that about 90% of individuals who die by suicide are experiencing a mental health crisis, oftentimes undiagnosed, untreated. Experiencing this mental health crisis is the #1 risk factor for suicide. More women than men attempt suicide, but men are 4 times more likely to die by suicide. And people under the age of 24 or above the age of 65 are at a higher risk for suicide. We have endured and are still dealing with a worldwide pandemic that has been a national trauma. The waits in our community hospitals for mental health services are weeks at a time and should show us in no uncertain terms that the current overall mental health of our state is not okay. Requiring background checks to acquire the most deadly means to harm oneself or others is the absolute least we can do. This is a suicide prevention bill, in my opinion, and I urge the committee to vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Rusan Chester.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, chair members. I can't get this down. I'm just going to go like this. Just wanted to say a quick with regards to mental health and the sale of firearms. I am opposed to this bill, opposed to it passing, for the mere fact of I have the right to carry. I have concealed carry, so but I had to wait 3 days because I don't know why it ended up taking 3 days for my pass. For the second time, the first time I got it in 3 hours. The second time it took 3 days. So there is a problem. What I want to point out is that a federal background check, I don't think is as good as what our dealers are doing individually. When I went to SIG and they actually interviewed me, they sat down with me. I did the federal background check too, because of the weapon that I wanted to purchase. However, I think they did a better job than what the federal government did, because the federal government, for whatever reason, didn't allow me to have my federal license or have it approved for 3 days, where they were able to do it the first time. With regards to mental health, the bottom line is that we're worried about suicide being the #1 cause, and because of a mental health crisis, then let's take the money that it would cost to put this in place and put it towards our mental health and our suicide prevention. Thank you.
Thank you. You are excused.
We now call Alan Rice, Gun Owners of America.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alan Rice, and I am a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire, and I'm here on behalf of Gun Owners of America. We are on record as being opposed to House Bill 1668, which is a major intrusion into private activities between private parties. This isn't about commercial sales. This is about someone selling, lending, gifting a gun to a friend, family member, or neighbor, and forcing all of those sales through licensed firearms dealers. Over the last few years, and this committee passed last year legislation to address that, we've seen a lot of delays with the check system. Forcing tens of thousands of more sales through that check system would certainly make the problem worse. There is no loophole. Federal law actually covers some of the things that the supporters of this bill are concerned about. We're not exporting guns because that's against the law. To sell a gun privately, the two parties to the transaction need to be a resident of the same state. So there's no way someone from Massachusetts or Maine or any other state can answer a classified ad and come to New Hampshire and buy a gun. That's against federal law, and there's federal law enforcement that aggressively prosecute those violations. There's no loophole. This bill is a major solution in search of a non-existent problem, and we would urge this committee to vote House Bill 1668 inexpedient to legislate, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions from the committee members.
Representative Klein-Knight, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Are you aware, as this bill is currently written, it would allow for people to gift guns within family members?
Well, I kind of expected a question like that, and my attorney pointed me out to Section 1. Commercial sale means a transfer of ownership, including but not limited to a sale, exchange, or gift. It says gift, Representative.
Representative Klein-Knight, you're recognized for a follow-up question. But before you ask the question, let me just remind the members of the committee that we are not permitted to debate any witness who testifies before the committee. We ask questions in order to gather information about the bill.
Thank you so much, Chair. Are you aware that the sponsor is in fact aware of that concern and then did amend this bill so it would loosely define that language and that in fact that you still could be gifted a gun by your family member?
Representative, what I'm aware of is that I spent quite a few hours with our inside counsel being briefed on this bill, and he tells me this is a gross overreach. It's an anti-gun bill designed to chill private activities between friends, family members, and neighbors. And he tells me that this bill will not solve any of the problems that you claim that need to be solved, but it will put otherwise law-abiding people at risk of arrest and criminal prosecution.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The committee now calls Lauren Lepage, National Rifle Association.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Lepage. I'm a resident of Sanford, Maine. I'm the state director for the National Rifle Association here in New Hampshire. I will be brief and will, like as in my previous testimony, submit something in writing to the committee. Just wanted to point out that we are in opposition to this legislation. This legislation does call for background checks on the commercial sale of firearms, but it is duplicative. Federal law already requires you, if you are engaged in the business of selling firearms or trying to make a livelihood, that you require a federal license, and regardless of where any sort of transfer takes place as a licensee, an FFL, you are required to do an in-person background check under federal law, which is, like I said, duplicative and unnecessary. So for that main reason, my written testimony will be a little more detailed. We're in opposition to the bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
We now call Penny Dean.
Members of the committee, my name is Penny Dean. I'm from Concord, New Hampshire, and I would ask that the bill be ITL'd. And the first thing I would suggest, we hear the term loophole again and again and again. There's online dictionaries, there's Webster's dictionaries. The term loophole is a very well-defined term, and it means a failure to avoid the scope of a law. 18 USC did not intend to capture all of these things that people complain about. There is no loophole in the law. The law works perfectly as it was designed to do. So when they talk about a loophole, there isn't any. Secondly, the things that most of the people are complaining about, some of them are already illegal and they can still be prosecuted. But what we see happening more and more, even with the current check system, is that people who are lawfully able to and and should be able to have guns are denied because of glitches in the system, not the opposite. Not to say the opposite doesn't happen, but when one person said for $1,500 I could have a gun by the end of the day, that might be too late if you've got a domestic violence restraining order against a person. You could be like the woman in New Jersey who waited and waited and waited. She's now dead. So the bottom line is being able to have access to a life-saving self-defense tool almost immediately for a law-abiding person is the way it's supposed to be and the way it should continue to be. We hear statistics from some people that 97% of gun owners support these type of checks. And here's what I would respectfully ask this committee. Whenever witnesses tell you something like that, ask them to produce the study. I'm gonna suggest there is no such study. I keep up on a lot of statistics on firearm owners, and I've never seen an academic, honest study that comes to those conclusions. So in short, this is a bill that is a problem. It's gonna disenfranchise a lot of gun owners. It's going to make criminals out of people who couldn't believe that something's illegal. When you give your wife a firearm for Christmas, now you got a problem. You just broke the law. There's just a lot of unintended consequences from this bill, and I don't see a problem that needs to be solved. And so the bottom line is the reverse is true. You more than likely see people having to spend hundreds and thousands of dollars and wait for long periods of time when they're wrongfully denied a firearm. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Klein-Knight, you are recognized for a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for taking my question. Do you know with 100% certainty if the woman in New Jersey already had a gun?
I don't know. I believe every newspaper article said that she did not, but I do not know her personally, and I didn't know her personally. But there's been other cases where people were waiting for firearms or not able to get firearms and had problems in the domestic violence context.
Representative Klein-Knight, you're recognized for a follow-up question.
Thank you, Chair. So I do hear a major concern with domestic violence, and as a domestic violence champion myself, I take it very serious. So when you say a lot of women are waiting to protect themselves, do you have a rough number of that? Exactly how many women actually apply for guns and then are waiting for them?
It depends on the state, because what this bill rather suggests doing is having the type of gun control legislation that's available in several, let's say Massachusetts, which is not known as the last bastion of freedom. So I don't think there are. The other thing is that women initially, when they are abused and leave an abusive relationship, I don't know that they're signing up on sheets and coming out and making national surveys to say how many. So I don't know that number. I know from the number that call me, and that's a select group, that's not a statistically valid sample, that it's more than there should be.
Thank you. The witness is excused. At this time, we'll now close the public hearing on House Bill 1668. At this time, we will now open the executive session on House Bill 1668. Representative Burt, do you wish to be recognized to make a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I make a recommendation of ITL of 1668.
Second.
That's been seconded by Representative Roy. Representative Burt, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. We've seen this bill many, many times. There are small changes this time, but it's still the same bill, per se, that we've ITL'd in the past. It just isn't going to fix anything, because you take a family member that wants to give a firearm to their grandson, that should be allowed, without a background, because that's what current law is, and it's always worked. I think criminals are going to be criminals, regardless of what we pass. Look at Chicago, and more laws is not going to fix some problem areas where criminals just keep going to certain parts of cities and just buy illegal guns. This is not going to fix that. So this is just against law-abiding citizens in my eyes, and that's why I support the ITL, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to bring to the attention of the committee that this is the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. We hear a lot of bills about guns. We hear arguments that say to protect a person's right to defend themselves. We can't put any regulation on the Second Amendment of the Constitution, or even the article in the New Hampshire Constitution that also is regulated. And the reason I brought up the fact that the second half of the name of this committee was public safety is that we seldom hear about Article 3 of the New Hampshire Constitution. And in that article it says, when men enter into a state of society, they surrender some of their national rights, their natural rights to that society in order to ensure the protection of others. We seldom hear about our constitutional requirement to provide for the safety of others, not only with guns, but also with things like health and others. I heard some testimony today about we can't let the feds do the background check because they can't do it right. The feds can't do anything right. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, and maybe there's a little bit of hyperbole in there. But the fact is that the background check works. We've heard testimony about the percentages of people who are prohibited persons. And they're prohibited because we can regulate the Second Amendment, and we have regulated it. Now, it will only last until the Supreme Court says that they're unconstitutional, because I believe that we have to follow Supreme Court decisions, even though I'm not happy with the current makeup of the Supreme Court, and I don't know what's going to happen. But by God, I will follow what they say. So I think that this is a modest bill. I think it's a modest bill that protects the citizens of New Hampshire, and I think that this bill ought to be passed, and I will oppose the ITL amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Representative Roy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that my job as a state representative, I'm here for two things: to solve problems and protect the rights of the citizens of New Hampshire. There has been no evidence presented to this committee that we have a problem with firearms in this state. Therefore, I resort to the second reason I'm here, and that's to protect the rights of the citizens of this state, and I shall do so by voting this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Representative Muse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I plan once again on supporting the bill, opposing the ITL recommendation. Currently in our state, if what we require is anybody who is buying a firearm commercially from a dealer is required to go through a background check process. And that background check process actually works pretty well. It makes sure that people who are subject to protective orders aren't able to buy firearms. It flags people like felons. What it does is it makes sure that people who should not be owning weapons aren't able to simply walk into a store, put down a credit card, and buy a deadly weapon. What we're talking about doing here is actually bringing that same capability over to a private commercial sale. So when I put an ad in the newspaper or I put an ad online, I have absolutely no idea who's going to answer that ad, who's going to walk in through that door. I have no idea if they're a veteran, if they're a police officer, or if they're a serial killer that's killed a dozen people. I have absolutely no way of knowing that. And that's one of the reasons why we need a law like this. This is a huge gap in public safety. This bill offers us the opportunity to close that gap. And this is something that we should take advantage of. Thank you.
Representative Borden, I know you had your hand up. Do you still wish to speak on the motion?
Thank you, Chair. We heard testimony that basically that if we pass this bill that we would no longer be able to transfer firearms from between family members. I'd like to point out in the bill on page 2, starting at approximately line 30, exceptions. This chapter shall not apply to a non-commercial private sale, transfer, or exchange of a firearm between individuals provided another party to neither party to transactions prohibit a person. So that exception allows the trade of firearms to family members if they are qualified to own firearms. So I'm going to vote to ITL the bill. Not ITL, but support the bill. Thank you.
Representative Borden, can you repeat the page and line number again?
Yes. Page 2, line 30. It's that whole paragraph on exceptions.
So if I could ask, it says non-commercial sales, which I understand that, but on the, if you look at the page 1, lines 11 and 12, is the definition of commercial sales. So I'm just asking, how would you, in consideration of both what you just read on page 2, lines 30, and page 1, lines 11 and 12, how do you reconcile those?
The exception is clear. I do not think that those types of transactions are disqualified.
But wouldn't that apply to non-commercial sales?
Sorry.
Wouldn't that apply to non-commercial sales, not commercial sales? Where commercial sales a gift. I guess I'm just asking.
It would apply to commercial sales, but we're talking about non-commercial sales. Thank you.
Representative Klein-Knight, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My job as a state representative is to protect domestic violence citizens all over the state. And the mere inconvenience of getting a third or fifth gun should be abhorrent, that it outweighs the fact that we should be protecting lives, and we should be caring more about saving lives than collecting personal arsenals. This does not affect your right to bear arms at all, just your right to make suicide attempts more easier, murders more easier. So I will be voting against the ITL motion, and I urge my colleagues in the committee to vote this motion down so another more correct motion can be made of ought to pass. Thank you.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing that I think has been lost in this debate thus far is, do people in the state want us to pass this kind of law? And poll after poll after poll has shown that New Hampshire residents support this law. And it's not by a plurality or a small majority. It's 88% and above. It's 94% if you count those who somewhat favor it. We've heard from the gun lobbyists who are paid to be here. We know what they think. But we now know that the broad majority of New Hampshire residents support this. We should pass the bill as it has been passed. We know the governor supported it before he was against it. So I think he was right the first time. We should oppose the motion, make another one, pass the bill. Thank you.
And I'll just speak on this briefly. And for the members who were a member of the House last term may have recalled, I said this at the well, right to my left over here, that when we had a similar bill last term, it was presented to us that 99% of sales or transfers to a person that would be prohibited under law from possessing a firearm, 99% of those were through either a straw purchase, which means they had a third party purchase the firearm on their behalf so they can get around the background check, or they purchase it illegally in the black market, where this policy is dealing with the 1%. So I hear a lot about public safety, and we're the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee, but we're dealing with 1% of firearm transactions that we're trying to prevent, not the 99%. So I feel this misses the point with that, at least in respect to that information. So I'll be supporting the motion of inexpedient to legislate. I'm only recognize each member to speak once. Do any members wish to speak who haven't spoken already? At this time, the matter will be put to question. If you're in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yes. If you are opposed, please say no. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch.
Yes.
Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
No.
Representative Pantelakis.
No.
Representative O'Hearn. Representative Bourdonnais.
No.
Representative Muse.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden.
No.
Representative Conley.
No.
Representative Klein Knight.
No.
Representative Bradley.
No.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
The vote is 11 yeas, 9 nays, 1 not voting.
The motion passes. Representative Burt, will you be preparing the majority report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will. I'll have it in tonight.
Will there be a minority report? Yes. Representative Conley, you taking responsibility? Thank you, Representative. At this time, we will now close the executive session on House Bill 1668. Just quickly before we begin the next public hearing, I will be, I'm going to, at this time, set up a few subcommittees. The first one's going to be House Bill 1215, that's relative to the definition of residual amount in the Controlled Drug Act. That subcommittee will be chaired by Representative Roy. And Representative Wallace, you'll be assigned to that subcommittee as well. And Representative Welch, you'll be assigned to the subcommittee. Representative Conley would be assigned to that subcommittee. And Representative Bourdonnais will be on the subcommittee. I'm also we're going to have a subcommittee for House Bill 1540. It's relative to recording custodial interrogations. That would be chaired by Representative Roy as well. And I'm going to put Representative O'Hearn on the subcommittee. Representative Green, you're going to be assigned to the subcommittee. House Bill 1540, relative to recording custodial interrogations. Thank you. Representative Welch, you'll also be on the subcommittee. And Representative Gathright, Harriet Gathright, you'll be on that subcommittee as well, 1540. And for HB 1266, we're going to have a subcommittee that would also be chaired by Representative Roy. I'm going to have Representative Green and Representative Wallace also assigned to that subcommittee. Representative Conley, you'll be assigned to subcommittee on HB 1266. And we'll put Representative Klein Knight as well. And just so anyone knows, any members of the committee are always allowed to attend the subcommittee meetings and participate. Just when it makes the only time they're not allowed to participate is when the subcommittee makes a recommendation. At this time, we are now opening the public hearing on House Bill 1310, prohibiting the discharge of a firearm in the direction of a building, livestock, or pets.
And the committee calls the representative from Deerfield, Kevin Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Nice to see you this morning. Twice in 1 year. I'm kind of surprised that I'm back again. So, this bill is not the bill probably any of you expected to see coming from me, and I'll tell you why I filed this bill. The phone rings, constituents on the other side, admittedly a good friend, and he's hot. And this guy is as calm and steady as any man I've ever met. He's about ready to jump out of his skin. Because he had a bad morning. So, it's an old dairy farm, no more dairy, but they raise beef head. And the head were out. He was on the tractor, basically bringing him back breakfast. When he hears an earth-shattering kaboom that makes him jump a little bit in the seat of his tractor because he recognizes the sound. Avid hunter, avid outdoorsman, and he realizes somebody just took a shot pretty close to where I am, and the tractor's running. So to hear it like that, it's a little discerning. And he looks, and here comes the guy across the field, walking essentially towards him. So he jumps off the tractor and, inquires as to what might be going on. And the gentleman explains that he had been in the tree line turkey hunting, and turkey happened to come by, and he took the shot. Challenge is, if you stand or sit where this gentleman was at tree line, and I did that. I went out there. I saw the whole thing. And the guy that took the shot doesn't deny any of this. He was shooting at a turkey, and the backdrop was a big red barn with, 20 to 40 head of beef cattle out waiting for breakfast. So my constituent's a reasonable guy, and the hunter says, well, I didn't do anything wrong. So they call Fish and Game, they call the police. Fish and Game shows up, they interview the guy, everything stacks up just like I told you, and Fish and Game said, yeah, it's a legal shot and there's nothing we can do. So the guy gets his turkey and off he goes. Now, he wasn't within 300 feet of a building that he didn't have permission to be on the land, because that's the current law, right? But he was shooting, when you take up a firearm, you're supposed to know your target and what's beyond it. And what was beyond it was a big red barn and beef cattle. And not too far off, a guy on his tractor. And he was shooting in that general direction. So I don't think that's right. I don't think that that shot should ever have been taken. But that shot's a legal shot. Now, we're lucky, right? We're lucky. This guy was turkey hunting, he had a shotgun. There's no way that shot was going to make it to those cows from where he took it, okay? And nobody disagrees with that. My constituent knows that. I know that. Probably most of you on this committee know that. But if we close our eyes and imagine a less experienced hunter deer hunting that same property with a rifle, all of a sudden you've got a totally different set of what's going on. And the law doesn't differentiate distance between shotgun and rifle under these conditions. So it's for that reason I filed this bill to add Part 2, to make it unlawful for a person to discharge a firearm when used for hunting in the direction of a building, livestock, or pets. We'll hear more about pets in a bit, that are within eyesight of the person discharging the firearm. Whoever is found guilty of a first offense under this paragraph shall have their hunting license suspended for the remainder of the year in which the offense occurred and the following year. That's pretty reasonable. Whoever is found guilty of a second offense under this paragraph shall lose their hunting privileges in New Hampshire for life. All right? Do it once, shame on you. Do it twice, shame on me. So, is this perfect as drafted? No. So, you're going to hear testimony from representatives of the AKC, and they said, well, you know, when we read this and close our eyes, what we see is somebody rabbit hunting with dogs. And you could argue that those hunting dogs are pets, and they are typically somewhere betwixt the firearm and the target. And so we had a discussion. We're going to try to find an amendment that'll define pet a little bit better so that we don't accidentally ban hunting for pheasant, rabbit, bear, whatever it is you want to, with dogs or whatever other animal you might want to use to do that type of thing with. So that's something we're going to work on in the future. But that's the impetus for the bill. And that's why I'm here today. That's why I support this bill. And I hope the committee will support this bill. We certainly do expect to bring an amendment in the near distant future to make this bill a little bit better, and I'd love to work with the committee on that. At this point, I'll take any questions the committee might have.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. If I let my dog out in the backyard and I was looking through the glass door and I see a coyote coming out of the woods at it, would I have the right to shoot that coyote?
So thank you, Representative, for the question. It's a great question. And so my answer is yes. My answer is yes. And that's why we need an amendment. I think we need an amendment to clean up whose pet we're referring to in this bill. So I think what we need to do is clean it up to say in the direction of another person's pet for which the shooter doesn't have permission to be using that pet for the purposes of hunting, so that it's clear that we're not referring to the shooter's pet. So I agree that we need an amendment to make that part better. In fact, you know, if I don't want to put ideas in people's heads because I love my bill, if we dropped pet from this bill, I think it would be sufficient to meet the desire of my constituent, and I certainly could go down that path to simply scrub pet from the bill if that's the quickest, cleanest way to get it done. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you for your testimony. Witness is excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The committee now calls Joe Hannon, Gun Owners of New Hampshire.
again. Thank you for having us here today, and thank you for listening. Joe Hannon, the Vice President for Gun Owners of New Hampshire. We're in opposition to this bill. Not that we don't think it's a good idea to shoot in the direction of any of these things, but it's already it's against the law to shoot someone's pet, to shoot someone's livestock, to shoot at their home. These are all things that are already illegal if you actually shoot and hit these things. You could be criminally liable and also civilly liable if you do any damage to someone's personal property or pets and livestock. There's also some, just like we heard from the sponsor, there are some things that need to be changed, like hunting. Retrievers would be one example. Retrievers are often in front of you, but you're not pointing at them or aiming at them. You're aiming in the sky, but the retriever is often in front of you or near you or within eyesight of you. That would be a very big problem. Also, it says discharge a firearm when used for hunting purposes in the direction of, and then it goes on to say within eyesight of the person discharging the firearm. Well, direction and eyesight are not necessarily the same thing, and how do we define that? I am looking at the chair who is directly in front of me. That's the direction. But all of you are in eyesight, and I can actually see the other microphone from here in my eyesight. Even with the glasses, I've got pretty decent peripheral vision. So I can't shoot anything from that way all the way over as far as I can see. So if I see a cow over there 3 miles away, I would not be allowed to hunt the deer who is right in front of me. Not you, but that would be a problem. So I don't think the language is very clear. And also the eyesight of the person discharging the firearm. You're gonna have to get the person filing the charge. The officer will have to go out and actually have to sit in the exact same spot. Now, this is not a big problem, but what if the vision? What do you do about vision differences? Some people may have better vision than others. So someone who has poor vision and can't see 300 yards very clearly, and they're shooting something 50 feet in front of them, are we gonna hold that person to a different standard because it's their vision that we're talking about, their eyesight? So I think there are several problems with this bill, and I ask you to please ITL this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
We now call Colonel Kevin Jordan, New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Morning, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the Criminal Justice Committee. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. The Commission and the Department reviewed this law very carefully because we certainly are the ones that, as you've already heard, are the ones that are held responsible for enforcing this type of thing. We have a lot of issues with this as it's written. I think it creates a number of problems that I wanted to come today and make you aware of. The first one I will tell you is that we very aggressively enforce the 300-foot rule. It's a safety concern for us. We get a lot of calls on it. Not a lot of calls, but we get a number of calls, and I have mandated that each officer take that very seriously because I don't want people afraid. I don't want people hearing a gunshot. We live in New Hampshire, and in the month of November, you hear a lot of gunshots. And I'm very confident when I tell you that we are very strict on it, and we make a few cases on it, and we convict people of it. And we do that because it was a well-crafted piece of legislation. It's easy to prove. You have certain elements involving distance, which takes out a lot of the questions that you just heard presented very well regarding direction of sight and proving that someone was seeing something. That's very difficult, if you can imagine, to do in a courtroom. And when that's in a bill, that becomes an element, you have to prove it. The other problem with this bill is there is no legal definition in our statutes for hunting. So hunting falls under taking. Our definitions under 2071 in undertaking describe the act of hunting. And the problem with that is they include a lot of other things under that same definition. Some of the things that are included in that are shooting, killing, capturing, trapping, snaring, pursuing, worrying, harassing, wounding. So all of those actions would fall under that definition. It would prevent, Representative Green, what you just asked would be illegal under this statute. The other thing that's concerning to me is property rights, people's property rights. So right now I have farmers that we work with on a regular basis, and I don't want to steal the thunder. I think you're going to hear some of this today, but a farmer has the right, or any landowner has the right to protect their property, be it their domestic dog, chickens in a coop, all of those things. And we have provided, the legislature has provided them in Fish and Game the right to protect those animals, and I think that's an important right that landowners should have. They shouldn't have to stand by and watch their animals get decimated by a bear, which happens on occasion, or a bobcat. What happens typically, they'll make a call to us to respond to that. By the time I get there, they could lose a lot of livestock. So they are permitted through law, under careful conditions, to dispatch that animal and call us and report that act. This law would prevent that. They would not be allowed to do that. There's no provision in here for a landowner to do that. The other point that I wanted to bring out to you that I think people forget about, we have a lot of laws to address the discharge of a firearm in an unsafe manner. They include prohibitions, which is a 300-foot rule that we use on a regular basis, which all hunting offenses in the state of New Hampshire come with a year loss of license. Second offense is a 3-year loss of license by statute. We have negligent discharge of a firearm, which specifically talks about shooting or placing people in danger or shooting at people's properties. We have reckless conduct, which is used and it becomes a felony, Class B felony, if a person uses a deadly weapon and places someone in danger of imminent serious bodily injury. We have criminal mischief, which is a Class B felony if you discharge a firearm at an occupied structure. We have unauthorized use of a firearm, which covers the compact zones, the areas of small neighborhoods or close neighborhoods where it would be unsafe to shoot. So there are a lot of existing laws now, both in criminal code and in Chapter 18 Fish and Game statutes that address this. So I feel that it is adequately addressed. And then finally, the other technical conflict in this current change that's proposed under fish and game, and that would be the loss of license. So the loss of license, I think in the proposed bill would be the rest of the year, which happens anyway, the following year, which would be automatic under statute, and then a second offense would be loss of your license for life. We don't have any statute in New Hampshire Fish and Game, believe it or not, where people lose their license for life, even shooting a human being. They are entitled after a 10-year suspension to reapply after hunter safety and making some amends to get their license back. So that would conflict with current statutes that are very specific on how we lose our license and the length of time. So based on all of those facts, I would ask you to consider ITLing this bill. Thank you very much.
Representative Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. If you heard the scenario that the representative gave, would that have fallen under the reckless use of a firearm where he discharged it towards a barn?
You would have to prove a couple of things. You would have to prove that that act placed someone or the property in danger. And from what I'm hearing, and again, as you know, it's hard to second guess when you don't have all the facts. And I can tell you from doing this for 3 decades, there's 3 sides to every story, and the truth lies somewhere there in the middle. But if you could, and I am confident if one of my officers went there and felt that someone was in danger by that shot, they would have taken steps to address it. We do that regularly. So while that is, that gunshot, I'm sure, frightened that farmer. I'm sure it concerned him because this guy is, within sight of him. But I am confident if there was danger or reckless act that they would have been charged with that. So my answer to that would be, I don't think it met that from what I heard. I don't think it met the elements to be proven.
Thank you.
Representative Newman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up to your answer there, if that wayward shot had hit a pet or hit the way things that are described in this law, would your officer have been able to then make a charge on that if he had evidence that in fact the shot did hit one of the
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's clear there's several statutes that he could choose depending on the elements met, but yes, we would have the ability to charge for that. We have currently, I worked on a case this morning where an individual's dog was shot by an angry hunter, and he was charged with a felony and facing charges for that.
Representative Newman, you're recognized for a follow-up.
Yes, and could you just clear up for me, as a matter of fact, I live in a city, but I do know about the 300-foot
Yes.
law. And as I recall off the top of my head, there is some limitation on that. You had to have a certain number of houses or something within a proximity. Is there a limitation on that law?
So there's two laws, Representative, that would cover that. So we have a law, which is prohibition, 2073, I believe it is, that does 3A, which says you cannot discharge a firearm or a bow, any kind of a firearm or a bow, within 300 feet of a permanently occupied dwelling, unless you have permission from the land owner that you're shooting from. The other law that would address that is the compact area. So that was born because of some issues we had with duck hunters on the coast, where you have smaller neighborhoods, and the legislature defined a compact zone, and a compact zone is 6 or more continuous homes or dwellings within 300 feet of each other, and a 300-foot rule around that. So it basically eliminated the hunting in a condensed neighborhood. Also, one of my concerns about this bill is this bill would eliminate hunting in a good portion of the state of New Hampshire, because there's places you can see homes a half a mile away, and if this bill were to pass, even though that round would be very unlikely to reach there, it would end the ability to hunt in that area. So that's very concerning to us.
Thank you very much for the information.
Thank you very much.
Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
I know a lot of people in Goffstown use the rail trail. I have chickens. So what you're saying is that we see houses everywhere.
Sure.
And we do have coy dogs, other animals that attack small chickens and small dogs. You know, I hear about it every now and then, or even they take cats.
Sure.
So if we saw that with this bill passed, we wouldn't be able to protect that animal by shooting the bad animal to protect the...
That's correct. The way I'm reading that, I don't believe you would be able to do that. No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Courtney Nicholson, Sportsman's Alliance.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Sportsman's Alliance. We have a memo that was submitted by our consultants at Sportsman's Alliance that I'll be reading aloud. Don't mind me, I'm a little nervous. This is the first time I've spoken in front of this many people. Dear members of the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee, on behalf of hunters in New Hampshire and sportsmen and women across the country, the Sportsman's Alliance asks you to oppose House Bill 1310, which could end untold hunting opportunities across New Hampshire. House Bill 1310 would prohibit hunters from discharging a firearm in the direction of any buildings, livestock, or pets within their eyesight, no matter how far away. The bill is worded ambiguously and could be utilized to stop virtually any hunting. Depending on the terrain and the weather condition, a person can see buildings or livestock in fields at distances of far more than a mile, and certainly far beyond the range of hunting rifles. This bill doesn't make any delineation between a rifle and a shotgun, which has an even shorter range. Further, the bill prohibits shooting in the direction of a visible pet and makes no exception for a hunting dog. Both bird and rabbit hunters commonly and safely shoot in the same direction as a pursuing hunting dog that has successfully flushed game. There are also genuine questions about the necessity for this type of legislation. Hunting is remarkably safe. For example, a person is 11 times more likely to be injured while playing volleyball, 19 times more likely to be injured while snowboarding, I have, 25 times more likely to be injured cheerleading or bicycle riding, 35 times more likely to be injured playing soccer or skateboarding, also done that, 105 more times likely to be injured playing tackle football. Hunters take safety extremely seriously and have spearheaded laws that mandate hunter education, apprentice hunting, and blaze orange requirements. This shared commitment is what has made hunting one of the safest recreational activities in the country, including New Hampshire. HB 1310 would severely restrict hunting opportunities without justification. Hunter safety works best through continued education. For these reasons, the Sportsman's Alliance asks the members of the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee to oppose this legislation. I wanted to further speak as a hunter myself.
This is a letter, of course, I'm up here reading from the Sportsmen's Alliance. I'm actually personally a Massachusetts resident. Don't hold that against me. I grew up coming to New Hampshire every single year as a child, and now that I'm a hunter, I come up here as well to enjoy New Hampshire, and hopefully, at some point in the near future, I will be making the obvious upgrade to becoming a New Hampshire resident. I've upland game hunted in a bunch of different states that I've lived in, mostly out in Kansas and Nebraska for pheasants, and in Michigan for ruffed grouse. This past fall, I had my opportunity to harvest my first ruffed grouse over our hunting dog, Whimsy. She's an English setter, and it has become an absolute wonderful tradition in our family. And we just got a new little setter just before Christmas named Piper. Now, as you all mostly know, and how we read in our letter, this bill wouldn't take into any account for hunting over these hunting dogs. It's another little picture of our family. As you know, this is a very important part of our heritage as hunters. It's pretty much all we do in our family, to spend time together, to spend time with our dogs, who are not only pets, they're part of the family, and they're hunting dogs. And so, personally, just for myself as well, I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Stacy Ober, American Kennel Club.
Good morning, Chairman Arbus and members of the committee. My name is Stacy Ober. I am the legislative liaison for the American Kennel Club here in New England. And I want to just acknowledge that we have serious concerns about House Bill 1310 as written. You've heard some of those concerns expressed already, so I'll just acknowledge that the American Kennel Club is a 135-year-old not-for-profit organization. We represent 5,000 dog clubs across the country, including 14 here in New Hampshire. Our concern with the bill is that it does not distinguish between hunting dogs and who also are our companion animals. The AKC encourages and strongly supports the interaction and mutual enjoyment of sporting activities by owners with their dogs. And in 2019, for instance, we sanctioned 141 events in New Hampshire in which more than 24,300 dogs participated. So we're very concerned about the language in the bill as filed, perhaps having a chilling effect on those who engage and enjoy in those types of canine sporting activities that include hunting, field trials, agility, and other performance events. So thank you for your consideration in opposing the bill as filed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Robert Johnson, New Hampshire Farm Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rob Johnson, and I'm here representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. Farm Bureau is a federation of New Hampshire's 10-county Farm Bureau organizations, consisting of close to 2,000 family memberships and another 1,000 other types of members supporting and such. And we are in opposition to the bill as drafted. You've heard in different ways many of our concerns. In particular, there are no provisions in the bill for landowners on their own property as a particular concern, as was alluded to earlier. As well, again, as it's been alluded to earlier, hunting is not defined in statute, and we're concerned what does this mean for any landowner protecting their own livestock or animals. We also have concerns with the phrasing within eyesight. So as you've heard earlier, it means different things to different people. And in our discussions with Fish and Game, it appears that statute currently covers what's needed to be covered. So with that, I'll leave it, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls David Thoreau.
David LaRue. I'm actually not a hunter with the state, just because I don't have enough time because of all the things I have to do. But I am a landowner, and I'm currently building a farm. I own 83 acres. So there's obviously problems with provisions on defining hunting. The direction seems very vague to me. That's very different than at. We had talk about the different statutes that already cover actual breaking of the actual laws, about actually causing harm, intent, all those things that I'm not the expert at, but he spoke well on. Beyond the subjectiveness of this, I would agree that losing your hunting license for life, because I plan to get my hunting license, and somebody who is an avid hunter, many people that I know from the North Country, they use hunting as a primary means of getting their food. I actually know many people who that's one of their primary ways of getting their meat. And if you haven't bought groceries in a while, I can tell you what meat costs. So somebody who has time and wants to get meat should be allowed that. With the subjective and somewhat vague criteria in this, then it would be very open to the possibility that somebody who did not have ill intent and somebody who did not actually violate any of the other current existing rules could possibly, and or if their hunting area typically involves buildings that are within eyesight, again, very broad, I can see houses from over a mile away from where I live, that they could possibly lose their license for life. I think that's way over the top. Also, there's the question that if we have somebody who is a landowner or a farmer who has animals that could be at risk, it's up to their responsibility whether or not they want to post their land to prevent hunting on their land. You can also, as I understand it, post land and still maintain current use standards of tax breaks within criteria, because there's recreational use. You can disallow hunting on your property and still have landowner permission. Landowners can shoot and do what they need to in defense of their animals. The problems are many with this, and as a landowner who is building a barn to eventually have cows in, we already have chickens, and as a landowner who has had over a dozen chickens killed in about 5 minutes from a black bear at my previous residence in Campton, I can tell you this bill needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
The committee now calls Penny Dean.
Thank you again for hearing my testimony. I'm still from Concord, and I want to make it clear I'm not being paid as a lobbyist. No one's paying me to be here. I'm strictly on behalf of myself. It actually costs me money. I lose income to be here. So I can tell you that I certainly have strong feelings. This bill needs to be ITL'd for several reasons. First of all, if the introducing speaker is correct, and I make no opinion nor disparagement in any way, the particular troopers and fish and game officers really need to be sent back to the police academy because they missed their classes that day. Because if it was as said, 631.13 would take care of it. There are plenty of statutes that would allow for criminal charges for the situation as mentioned. They're in place, tons of them. I could spend hours listing them off. It's not a good bit of your time to listen. But more importantly, vague terms invite abuse. And there are more vague terms in this bill than Carter has pills. And when I think about defending or proving or disproving as a practical matter a case, when we have things like pets, I didn't know it was your pet, I thought it was a wild dog. You know, wild cat, wild whatever. Eyesight, again, whose eyesight are we talking about? With or without glasses. And so I just see this bill as being not needed. If the statute of limitations hasn't passed, they should go check again with the person who was shot near and see if there can be a remedy done. Or was this person just overly sensitive to a shotgun that went off 100 yards away? You know, we don't know, but everything should not be taken and said, we're gonna pass a new law, when what I see happening here is just abuses being heaped on and quite frankly, leading to a lot of troubles both for law enforcement and citizens, because I pity the poor law enforcement officer or fish and game officer that would try to enforce or even interpret this statute. And so therefore, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I go back to 63131, place another in danger of serious bodily injury. Like I said, there's a plethora of statutes. And if in fact those that responded didn't know, maybe they do need remedial education, I don't know. But I'm happy to answer any questions about it or about practical application of this. I just think there is none. And ask that you ITL it, please.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. At this time, we will now close the public hearing on House Bill 1310. At this time, we will now open the executive session on House Bill 1310. Representative Burt, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for recognizing me. I would like to make a motion for House Bill 1310 of ITL.
It's a motion of inexpedient to legislate. Is there a second? It's seconded by Representative Wallace. Representative Burt, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. We've heard all the testimony. I guess other than the testimony, which was great, to be opposed to this bill, there's three key things that really stuck to me from the prime sponsor. Was the farmer did not see the shot. He didn't see the gentleman shooting the gun. So he really doesn't know where it was shooting. I mean, he knows where the turkey was and where the barn was and where the beef cow were. And from what I also understood is that everybody agreed that the shot was a safe shot. It might have been disturbing to the individual, and I'm sorry for that, but it was a safe shot because it was determined, everybody agreed that the beef cows in the barn were not going to be hit by this shot. And they also said that this bill is not perfectly drafted, and that is very true. I've looked at this bill to see if we could fix it, and there's really no fixing it because current laws protect all the scenarios of a misplaced shot, which is very rare from what I understand in New Hampshire. So for that reasons, and all the great testimony we just heard, I will be supporting the ITL of 1310. Thank you.
At this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you are in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yes. If you are opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch.
Yes.
Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yay.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
Yes.
Representative Pantelakis.
Yes.
Representative O'Hearn. Representative Bourdonnais.
Yes.
Representative Muse.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Bolden.
Yes.
Representative Conley.
Yes.
Representative Klein Knight.
Yes.
Representative Bradley.
Yes.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays, 1 not voting.
Move to consent.
So moved.
No objections.
Representative Burt, will you be preparing a majority report?
Yes, it would, and I would hope it would go on the consent calendar.
It's already been moved for consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
At this time, we'll now close the executive session on House Bill 1310. The committee will be in recess until 11:30.
Was that the only bill? Or was there another one that was also done? I couldn't hear the acoustics were horrible. So 1540 was one subcommittee form. I couldn't hear, I don't think so. I was gonna flinch if I heard my name, because I didn't understand what the question was. I'm gonna see, what is it, a motorcycle bill? No, what is it? I don't even have a copy of it. When did we do this? I couldn't hear what he was saying. I mean, the acoustics in here are really, yeah, I can't strain. Can you? Well, where did you get this paperwork? Oh, good. Well, Dennis. it's just that, I mean, strain as I might, like, maybe, I hope the acoustics aren't this bad when we're in session. I mean, maybe it's because if it fills up with people, it helps with the acoustics. It's horrible, I can't. You know, I've got so much room here. Yeah. I've had people from Airbnb say, would you like to rent some? Yeah, I do. I mean, these tables are horrible. Listen, eat your heart out. I know. Well, no, it's actually from Boston. It's from my sister. So, when we get back in committee, I'm going to leave that, sitting up there. So everyone, I know important people. That's right. He said, I mean, in committee, you've got some room for like some notes. Let's blame it on Scott. He probably knows. What bill did he form a committee on? Yes.
So you're aware of this told that you guys were.
That's a good point.
No problem.
I don't know how to, you how to shut it off?
I do not know.
Like a 9-volt battery.
I couldn't hear what Scott was saying. Scott, you're Scott. But he appointed people to a bill, but what bill? When you come back, maybe you can help me put my microphone back in. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy for you to say. That's why I like it. I'll just speak loudly.
No, speak loudly, carry
I bet you Dave takes excellent notes.
No.
So far, I haven't found anybody who knows what bill he was talking about.
I don't know which, I didn't know we had any study. I guess we did have some interim study.
So you can't do a committee on that. station, like, but you get a headache trying to follow, but you can't. Yeah. Now, it was prepared. Before, the guy was in the net here, the acoustics are good. Somebody's at the night party, you understand what they're saying. I think it's because it fills up all the empty space. Right. And there's a lot of people there. So on the bouncing sound, and so all you get is the light. Yes, ma'am. Can I help you?
Yeah. Did you write down the committee?
I couldn't understand what they just said.
1540?
15.
I got that. It was 1540 that I didn't know. Outside of myself, it was Roy O'Hearn, myself, and Walter. Yeah,
The acoustics were so bad.
I know.
I couldn't even pick up the numbers, let alone.
That was my
I
problem.
was gonna flinch if I heard my name. I didn't, so I said, okay, I don't. That's what they do. Those were the two girls.
this time, we will now open the public hearing on House Bill 1178, prohibiting the state from enforcing any federal statute, regulation, or presidential executive order that restricts or regulates the right of the people to keep and bear arms. At this time, the committee recognizes Representative Burt to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fine committee members. Mr. Chairman, House Bill 1178 is a easy, clean, common sense bill. Very common sense. It prohibits the state from enforcing any federal statute, as you said, regulation, presidential executive order that restricts or regulates the right of the people in New Hampshire to keep and bear arms. I always feel that local police should enforce local laws here in New Hampshire. The state police and local police should not be doing the federal government's job, because then we have to pay for it. The federal government has more money than they can handle. And if they don't have enough money, they just print more. So they have the money to enforce any laws that they wish to enforce. And that's all this bill does. It's very common sense. So I hope everybody will vote for it, because if the federal government wants to come into New Hampshire and enforce any of their laws, let them. But they're not going to have the help of our local and state police. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Chairman. You're sitting in the Speaker's chair. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm standing.
Yes.
You are excused, Representative.
Thank you.
The committee now calls Representative Bob Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to make my remarks very, very brief. As I think probably all the committee knows, this is kind of we went through this exercise before last year. I support this bill, but I think that it needs to have a section 2, which sort of defines the limitations of the bill. Because if you just pass this bill and you don't do anything else, there will be an argument. What happens in the very frequent circumstance where there is a violation of the police are investigating, or federal agents and the local police are investigating a number of violations committed by, or allegedly committed by somebody, some of which may be only a violation of federal law where there's no counterpart state law, some of which may be a violation of only state law where there's no counterpart federal law, and some of which may be a conduct that could arguably violate both laws, like, for example, drug offenses. If you don't put in a section that was in the bill last year that basically says what happens in those circumstances, the bill is open to both interpretations. Somebody could say, some local official could say, well, we've been asked to participate with the federal government in an investigation, part of which involves a violation only of federal gun laws where there's no equivalent state law. We read this bill if it becomes law to say we can't do that. We cannot participate. Some other local official might say, well, yes, but there are other violations here, so we can participate because there are other violations of law and there's no prohibition on that. It seems to me that that's the kind of uncertainty that you don't want to have. There was a language, and I actually still have the language. I'm happy to submit it to the committee. That from last year, talking about the fact that the intent of this bill, and I assume that is the intent. But if I'm if I'm wrong, I suppose somebody will tell me. But I assume it's the intent not to prohibit the local authorities from participating in investigations where it's something other than solely a violation of a federal gun law that doesn't have any state counterpart. Because if the intent were to make it broader than that, I mean, it seems to me that would be a real problem, because there are all kinds of investigations going on in this state and other states where there are multiple violations of law where you want to encourage the state and the federal government to cooperate with each other. And that's why I think you need some language in there that makes it clear that that kind of cooperation is not prohibited. The other 2 points I'll make very quickly is that, and it's probably, this should be obvious, this bill as drafted, if it passes, it has no teeth. There are no provisions in this bill that say what happens. Let's assume that there is a case in which the only thing that the federal government is investigating is a violation of federal gun laws where there's no equivalent state violation. And so this law, if it were enacted, would say the states can't cooperate. Suppose they do. Suppose a police chief decides that he wants to cooperate, and he does. What's the remedy? This bill doesn't say any evidence that's gathered as a result of that investigation can't be used in state court. It doesn't say that the police chief who authorizes the cooperation can be disciplined, or a police officer who does that can be disciplined. So, you know, I think the reality is that this is kind of if we pass this law and there's nothing else in it, you've kind of made a public statement. You've sort of declared, you know, this is what the legislature thinks, but you haven't given it any teeth because there's no enforcement mechanism. You might want to think about whether there should be some enforcement mechanism. If we really mean what we say, maybe there should be some provision that creates an exclusionary rule if there's a violation, or allows whoever violates it, some state official, to be in some way disciplined. That's something I think you may want to think about. But that's about all I have. I'm happy to answer questions if anybody has them.
Representative Newman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some confusion about the law and what you just testified to, and maybe you could help me clear that up by a law that I think about where I don't have the legal expertise to even know if I'm saying this right, where we talk about guns in a school, and that there is a federal law that applies in those cases, but there is no, for people over 18, I believe, and there is no equivalent state law for those cases. But in talking to police and chiefs and whatever, somehow they are able, through public safety laws or somewhere, to be able to get somebody to remove themselves from the school, or they have to come up with some other way to get someone that is carrying an arm in a school out of it. So am I just totally confused and can't figure it out? Or what's your opinion of how this law relates to that kind of conflict that I see?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess I think as a general matter, in other words, if you're saying, for example, if the federal government were investigating an alleged violation of the Federal Gun-Free School Zones Act, which we don't have the equivalent of, if this were passed, could the state cooperate in that? I think it would really depend on the facts of the case, because, for example, it might often be the case that there would be some basis for the state to be concerned about, is there some threat of a violation of state law, so an assault, shooting, whatever, that would authorize the state to render assistance.
Follow up? You recognize. I think that's close to what I was trying to say. You do have a federal gun-free school zone. If someone don't have an equivalent state law. Right now, the way the situation is now without this law, and someone shows up at the school armed with the AR-15 and they call the police and the police just want to get the person to leave, is there any state law that they can rely on for them to do that, or do you actually have to wait for ATF to come, or can they talk the guy off the property? Or what's the situation in that hypothetical situation?
I guess I would assume if someone showed up at a school with an AR-15 and they were, I mean, I guess you have to talk about the situation. I mean, there, as I understand the Federal Gun-Free School Zones Act, there are various exceptions to the, to when it applies. And I mean, I'll just give you an example. I'm a target shooter. I often have a rifle in the back of my car, and when my kids were younger and were going to school, I often dropped them off at school with a gun in the back of the car. It was in a case, it was locked, it was unloaded. I wasn't planning to take it out. But so I guess if that was the situation, there would be no basis to believe that there was a violation of state law or federal law. But if somebody, we're walking into a high school with a loaded AR-15 or any other gun for that matter, I think the police would certainly have a basis to at least find out what was going on, and so to that extent to cooperate, if you will.
Thank you.
Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Were you looking back in your notes to a previous bill?
Yes, it was, I believe it was Senate Bill 154 from last year. In fact, I remember, I believe I had some discussion with Representative Burt about this, because he had some concern about the Section 2 at the time, and we sort of had some back and forth. I sent him a proposal about, trying to address some of his concerns. I didn't really talk to him after that, so I assume it didn't address his concerns, but I was trying to address some of his concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
The committee now calls Sean Locke, New Hampshire Department of Justice.
Good morning, Chair Abbas and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Sean Locke. I am an Assistant Attorney General, and I am testifying today on behalf of the Department of Justice. The Department does not take a position on the policy behind this legislation, but is here today to raise concerns, many of which illustrated by Representative Lynn, that as currently drafted, the bill could negatively impact law enforcement activities and pose legal challenges in the state. As introduced, the bill prohibits state and local resources to enforce, administer, or cooperate with federal gun laws and regulations that are inconsistent or unaddressed by state law. Focusing on the word cooperate, this runs a great risk of hindering criminal investigations for a few reasons. First, other statutes authorize state police to share information with the federal government to prevent and detect crime. This is a critical partnership and keeps the state safe. But the language as drafted would place a cloud on this relationship because it challenges whether state police could share this data as it could be used by the federal government to enforce federal gun law. The second example here would be state and local law enforcement routinely cooperate with the DEA, FBI, and other federal agencies to conduct drug interdiction operations and combat drug trafficking. Many drug-related arrests involve the seizure and forfeiture of illegal firearms under federal law, or the arrest of those disqualified to possess a firearm under federal law. As drafted, the bill calls into doubt the ability of the state to participate in such joint adventure or joint endeavors. Additionally, two other kind of sets of concerns here. As introduced, The bill may harm the state's ability to receive grant funding from the federal government. Current grants with the U.S. Department of Justice require law enforcement to submit information to the National Instant Criminal Background Check System pertaining to convictions that are federal disqualifiers for purchasing firearms. As drafted, the bill would limit the state and local government's abilities to qualify for key federal funding, or could limit those abilities. Last, the bill as drafted raises constitutional questions such as whether the legislature can dictate how the executive branch investigates criminal offenses, and there also may be preemption issues of federal law. The Department of Justice is willing to work with a work committee to address some of these concerns and see if we can craft a bill, see if a bill can come out of that effort that would satisfy all the parties involved or all the interests. But for now, I'm happy to take questions from the committee.
Representative Roy, you wish to be recognized for a question? If the chair may inquire with the question, can you explain what the concern is about preemption?
Simply that with the kind of existence of federal law, it would be supreme. The federal government can't order state actors to engage in kind of federal law enforcement efforts, but there may be questions of whether or not in engaging in a particular activity in one of these joint endeavors, can we kind of tell the federal government, no, you can't enforce the law in this circumstance because we're working together and we are limited in only enforcing state law in these circumstances. That would be, I think, the kind of main example of preemption. It's not as significant a concern, but it was one that we flagged as a possible issue that could arise.
Representative Roy?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Is it not the case that occasionally during joint investigations that sometimes state law enforcement officials are sworn in as temporary agents of the federal government?
That does happen in certain circumstances, yes.
Thank you.
Representative Testament?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned monies that you receive from grants you receive from the federal government. What percentage of your overall budget is that kind of grant money make up?
I don't have those exact numbers available to me, but that is something I could have our administrator look into and provide additional detail, but I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Representative Conley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. What would be the effect on law enforcement in the state if federal grants that we currently receive would be eliminated or rescinded if this were to pass?
Again, similar to Representative Testament's question, I can't speak to every law enforcement agency and how much federal funding they receive, but the concern is definitely a significant one on our part because we also sub-grant funding to state or local law enforcement agencies as well in terms of the funds that we receive to assist in whether it's drug interdiction efforts or other efforts that the department undertakes with the assistance of local agencies.
Representative Conley?
Thank you. So if I'm hearing you right, this would hinder law enforcement in our state if this were to pass and the grant funding were rescinded?
It creates that potential because, again, there's that question about what does cooperate mean in these circumstances.
Representative True?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I know you've expressed hesitancy about just saying we can't cooperate with the federal government, but isn't this pretty particular that we can't? They're only talking about like Second Amendment issues, firearms. I mean, it's not talking about drug enforcement or.
Correct. The concern arises, though, that in the context of that cooperation, federal gun law may be enforced as well. And so kind of the example being that oftentimes in these drug investigations, there are firearms involved. And so if the person arrested has not committed a violation of state law, but only federal law in possessing those firearms, is that cooperation with the federal government to enforce federal gun law? That's the cloud that exists here and the concern that really underlies a lot of the department's testimony today.
Thank you.
If the chair may inquire with the question, can you provide any instances where other states passed a similar policy where they were denied any funding or grant money through the federal government?
That is something we'd have to look into. I don't have that answer kind of readily available to me. I'm not aware of and even if states have passed similar laws.
Thank you for taking my question. The witness is excused.
Thank you.
The committee calls Alan Rice, Gun Owners of America.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alan Rice. I'm a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire, and I'm here representing Gun Owners of America in support of House Bill 1178. I wanted to address some of what Representative Lynn spoke about. He said that there's no teeth to it. It's our expectation. New Hampshire law enforcement has a reputation of high integrity, more so than other states. Should this be enacted into law, it's our expectation that they would follow the law. I don't think we need draconian penalties to force New Hampshire law enforcement to follow the law, because that's generally what they do. It's a very simple concept in House Bill 1178. State and local police are hired, trained, and compensated with state and local tax dollars. Federal agents are hired, trained, and compensated with federal tax dollars. We shouldn't be employing state and local police to enforce federal laws. We have federal agents for that. One of the issues that comes to mind quite often where there's a lot of federal government overreach is in the regulation of gun dealers. Do we really want state and local police going into gun dealers to do records checks, inspections, verify that the inventory in the dealer records is actually physically in the building? That's a job for the BATF. That's not a job for state and local law enforcement. When a firearm is stolen from a dealer, there are federal penalties, but it's burglary or theft, depending on the nature of the crime. There's also state penalties, so there'd be state laws enforced. Should the federal government, decide they want to aggressively enforce the Federal Gun-Free School Zones Act, and that was mentioned earlier, but there are exemptions. And the most common exemption is if the person carrying the firearm has a permit or license issued by the state in which the school is located in, they can carry a gun. New Hampshire does not prohibit adults, keyword is adults, from carrying a gun in a school. And I believe, if my memory serves me, it was Attorney General Joe Foster, or former Attorney General Joe Foster, who had issued opinions saying, hey, state and local police can't enforce this, it's not a state law. And his opinions were consistent with Supreme Court cases. The one on point is Prince versus United States from back in the 90s, when the court ruled the federal government can't compel states to do their work. That was a firearms case. I mentioned some other cases in my letter that are not firearms, but in similar vein, the federal government cannot compel the states to do their work. Well, if they can't compel the states to do their work, the states shouldn't voluntarily do their work. New Hampshire likes to say we're a fiscally conservative state. This is part of being fiscally conservative. It's not doing someone else's job for them. So based on all of that and the information I've supplied you in my letter, which I did email the committee last night, I would ask that you vote House Bill 1178 ought to pass without any amendments or changes, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the question. This, believe it or not, is in good faith. Did I hear you say that current the current situation in New Hampshire is that state officers do not enforce federal law? Is there any situation currently where that would overlap, or is it just that's the standard, that's the norm, it wouldn't happen?
I'm referring to a letter that former Attorney General Joe Foster issued. I don't remember what year it was, but he's been out of office now for like 5 years, so it was back a ways. And his specific letter was with regard to the Federal Gun-Free School Zones Act, and that is a federal law. And if an adult, I want to emphasize adult, so someone like you or I is observed carrying a firearm in school, that's not a state crime. And even though there's a federal law, with specific exemptions, state and local police should not be enforcing federal laws.
Representative Conley, you
Thank
recognize
you.
for a
And
follow-up.
where I'm going with that is, if that's the norm, is this law needed? Because if that's already the standard in our state, would that practice and standard not continue?
Well, Representative, I appreciate that question. It's always good to codify things in law that attorney generals say. The former Attorney General Foster's been out of office now for quite a while. Some other Attorney General could come in and read our Constitution and our laws and issue a completely different opinion. But if the legislature codifies it in statute, well, then it's black and white. It's in statute.
Representative Newman.
Thank you for, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Can you speak up, please, sir?
Thank you for taking my question. Do you see any contradiction in this law, which is one that we're trying to pass, that would say that local police cannot and should not enforce federal law? And another one we heard previously that said that state police and local police cannot and should not do anything to discourage local police from enforcing laws like immigration laws. So I see a conflict between the position in those two bills. Do you have any comment about that?
Representative Newman, was there a question there?
Yes, my question was, does the witness see any contradiction in the fact, in enforcing a gun law and not enforcing an immigration law? We have two bills in front of the House that do that right now.
Well, I didn't hear the testimony on the other bill. I stepped out in the hallway to return some emails because it wasn't a firearms bill. Gun Owners of America is a Second Amendment advocacy organization. We are singularly focused on Second Amendment rights. Having said that, my personal opinion as a resident of New Hampshire, as a taxpayer in the state of New Hampshire, is that state and local law enforcement should be enforcing state and local laws, and federal law enforcement should be enforcing federal laws.
Thank you for your testimony, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Thank you.
Not
for
at
your
all. Thank you,
testimony.
Representative.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
Committee now calls John Marasco, New Hampshire State Police.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your service. My name is John Marasco. I'm a major with the New Hampshire State Police, and I oversee 2 out of the 3 bureaus, one of which is the Investigative Services Bureau. The other is the Justice Information Bureau, which encompasses the gun line. The Investigative Services Bureau is responsible for the Major Crime Unit, the Narcotics Investigations Unit, the Special Investigations Unit, and the Information and Analysis Center. I just, listening to A.G. Locke's testimony, I just wanted to compliment that. Certainly the number of crimes that are committed that cross state lines, we work very closely with our federal partners. In fact, we have task force officers that are assigned to the DEA, to the FBI, to the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, and those responsibilities are really focused on drug crime for the most part. And it's common, obviously, as you all know, when you have a drug offense, there oftentimes is a weapon involved. So ATF is involved in a lot of these cases. Sometimes the federal agency might be the lead on a drug investigation that takes place here in New Hampshire, and state and local police support them in the drug investigation. But as that investigation continues, you may seize a firearm, and there is going to be potentially federal firearms charges that are brought forth. In some cases, they might be brought forth at the state level, depending on the crime. So that collaboration and that partnership that we have with our federal agencies is vital to what we do here. And as far as grants go, certainly those grants, hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes into the millions of dollars, focused on the opioid situation and drug crimes across the board. And part of that grant application is going to be focused on collaboration and partnership. So that is very real. The only other thing I did want to say is on the active shooter scenario, safe school zones, that aside, if there's an active shooter taking place anywhere in the state, I can tell you from the state police standpoint, when we arrive there, we're going to go in and identify and mitigate that threat as quickly as possible to save lives. So we would deal with the federal limitations after the fact, but if children are being injured or killed, we're going in there. Happy to take any questions.
Representative Newman?
Thank you for taking my question, and it's similar to the one I asked just previously. Would the state police find difficulty if they had several laws, some that said cooperate with some federal laws and others that said don't cooperate with others? How would that affect the state police?
So I heard your question originally, sir. We do have a fair and impartial policing policy that was put in place at least 2, if not 3 years ago now. And that policy delineates those responsibilities of ICE versus the New Hampshire State Police or law enforcement agencies. Many have adopted that policy. So there are some parameters that were set forth there based on federal law and state considerations as well. As far as what we're talking about here with regards to guns and crimes, there is that overlap with with what we deal with in the drug world in particular. Not to say major crime isn't another issue. Certainly when we have a homicide case, many times our federal authorities will come in and assist us with that if a gun was used to try to track the gun down. In other cases, they may call us and ask us for our assistance in some capacity. But there is a policy on that one. This one here, guns happen to be involved in drug crimes frequently, and so we work together on those. There is no policy on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Roy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Specific scenario. The President of the United States issues an executive order that says assault weapons are hereby banned. This bill would be designed to stop that. How would that impact, or would you be able to work within the parameters of such a bill?
So assault weapons are banned, meaning, so we're talking more, are we talking about the sale, or are we talking about the possession?
Either or, by an executive order that was not in comporting with New Hampshire existing law.
I'd have to conduct some research on that. I'm not sure how that would apply. I'd actually have to rely on AG Locke for more insight on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If the chair may inquire with a question, and thank you in advance for taking my question. What are the circumstances that would occur, let's say, if the DEA were to contact the state police or even perhaps local law enforcement and request assistance with perhaps executing a raid on a medical cannabis facility, which is still illegal under federal law? Is there a policy that right now that the New Hampshire State Police would have to adhere to?
We do not have a policy on that, no.
And if I may ask with a follow-up, is there any policy preventing the New Hampshire State Police from participating with the DEA in executing that raid?
There is no policy that would prevent us from doing that. However, that's something that certainly would fall into the federal purview, and at that point, really, they would be the lead. Like I had said before, there are many cases where the federal government is the lead on an investigation, and they might ask us for tactical support. They might ask us for the perimeter to make sure that the public is safe and nobody goes near the residence or whatever dwelling they might be addressing. And we do deal with that all the time. Where the federal government has an arrest warrant for an individual, they ask for assistance from state or local law enforcement. But I can tell you, only from a state police standpoint, that if it's their warrant, they typically will execute the warrant, and we will provide some layer of support. But generally speaking, it might be after the fact with the search, if there's a search warrant as well. If they request our tactical team, then certainly there would be conversations about how we could assist there. So we do the best we can to support our federal partners, but when it comes to a legal question like that, if it's a federal crime, typically it's going to be a federal warrant and a federal execution in most cases. But if they need assistance on the tactical front or something to support their warrant and their execution of the warrant, then we would always try to be available to help.
Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you, sir.
The witness is excused.
Thank you.
The committee now calls David LaRue.
David LaRue. Now, I don't have the answer to the question of who currently would foot the bill if we had state police and local police going along with in support. Does that come from my tax dollars in my town, my state tax dollars? I would agree with the premise that if the feds are going to do something, well, they already take however much of my money that they say they want, and I don't have much to say about it. So why don't we not let my town and my local residents and my local taxes also go to that? If it's the case, and like I say, I don't know, this is my question, where the towns are reimbursed for whatever their expenses are, if the state is reimbursed for assisting with the feds, then maybe that's something. But ultimately, follow the money trail. We do talk a lot about state versus federal, and we have lots of examples in other areas outside of firearms where there is federal overreach. And if it was a policy that was good policy for New Hampshire, I would think we would have it. We spend 365 days a year arguing about state policy, so if we don't have something on the books for New Hampshire, we should probably slow down and examine why we're assisting the feds in doing that. That said, I am a great supporter of our union, and I love being part of the federal government. I think there are great protections, so this is definitely a sticky situation that requires a lot of thought. I don't know the ramifications on the judicial side and the state police side, but I definitely think the premise is solid and maybe needs some reevaluation, maybe a little bit more added to it, adjusted. But I definitely think the money is the question.
There be no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
The committee now calls Joe Hannon, gun owners in New Hampshire.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Trying to make this as painless as possible. Also, a few people mentioned earlier that they are, like some other people mentioned, I am also not a paid lobbyist. I am a volunteer for Gun Owners of New Hampshire, as are all of our board members and anyone who works with our organization. I haven't received any money any big money to push any legislation since I was a state representative. So, anyway, thank you. I'll be here all day. Seriously, I will. So one thing I'd like to say about this bill is that this would not nullify any federal regulations or laws, orders, or actions. It just means that we're not going to be complicit in violating the Second Amendment rights of people in New Hampshire. That's very simple. I mentioned last week in another unrelated bill about how New Hampshire has a history of fighting federal rules or regulations that we deemed unjust. You may recall I talked about the Fugitive Slave Acts, and New Hampshire was actually one of the states that didn't want to support putting people in jail or fining people for violating these and forcing our courts to take those cases. We didn't win. We had to fight a war over that, and the 13th Amendment finally did away with that. But this is something very simple we can do. You may have heard it said it's a statement. It is a statement, but it also is something that reiterates how important it is to differentiate the federal laws, and we're actually making a stand for our rights. We heard testimony about how we won't be able to enforce any federal regulations or laws. This, and by my reading, just says that it won't help with anything that's inconsistent with any law of the state regarding specifically regulation of firearms, ammunition, magazines, or the ammunition feeding devices, firearms components, firearms supplies, or knives. I don't know how a drug case could be hindered by a firearm anyway, and I don't think that would be something that would be very hard to have a get around if they needed to do something like that. If they wanted to do a drug joint task force or case, they have plenty of things to go after them for if they in fact are trying to enforce drug laws. You know, the possession of a firearm is usually an ancillary charge, and if that's the only thing they have, drug dealers and felons aren't supposed to have a firearm anyway, so I don't know how that would be inconsistent with state law. It would have to be a new person that they really don't have a history on or record, and they don't have a good case to begin with. So I think that's a bit of a stretch. We're not opposed to any penalties for violation, although I do think that they can be very difficult to legislate and to to uphold. You'd have to prove that they were doing it in malice or they actually had direct knowledge that there was something involved. I don't think that that would be very helpful, although we're not against it. One of the main reasons for doing something like this isn't just for just merely federal overreach. It could be something as simple as there's a ban against a component that's made in New Hampshire, and if it's not allowed to be sold at the market at the federal level, interstate commerce could apply, but we could still have it in New Hampshire, and the feds couldn't do anything about it here. So I'd be happy to take any questions, and I do support this bill, and I recommend ought to pass.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
The committee now calls Attorney Penny Dean.
I'm Penny Dean. I'm a Concord resident, and I have 3 points. The first point, and I think it's an important point, is what I call scare tactics. Oh, we're going to lose millions of dollars. Oh, what are we going to do? Well, here's the whole thing. If these government agencies thought they were going to lose millions of dollars in grants, they're here prepared to testify on this bill. They should have brought 2 or 3 examples. Here's a grant. Here's the exact wording in the grant. Here's the opinion from the Attorney General, and not that we might, but we will lose the money of this grant. We will, because that's what you need, not maybe. We will. That's number 1. Number 2, I support this bill with a couple of amendments. And one can be added later, one definitely needs to be added now. And I think the what if part is really important, because if we had all these speed limit signs on the highways and they didn't have the green meanies there with their little radar guns that could pull you over and give you a ticket, how many people would pay attention to those signs? It's because they know that somebody can get pulled over and you can get a ticket. So if we don't have a what if in here, then I think this is really nice and feels good, but it's not ultimately going to help us. And the last point to me is the biggest point, which I got a great chuckle out of it. I don't know if all of you remember, but a couple 100 years ago or so, we had kind of a dust-up with the Brits over powder. And there's no provisions here for ammunition components, powder, primer, and brass. It needs to be in there. Because you can take all our ammo, but if we got powder, primer, and brass, we can make ammo. That's an important thing. And just as important as firearm components is ammunition components. And at least the judges that I go before, you'll hear them say all the time, the legislature says what it means and means what it says. We're not going to add words, we're not going to subtract words. And if those specific words aren't in there, they're going to say tough luck Chuck. They'll say it fancier, but it's tough luck Chuck. So I strongly support this bill. It's a good bill. But I think those 3 things are things you have to think about. Powder, primer, and brass ammunition components need to be added in. You can pass it. I think the second part actually needs to have a little, if any, terms. They have a savings clause here, which is good, but terms need to be added to the savings clause to make it as bulletproof as you can make anything. But those are the big issues. And I think the thing that this committee should be asking people for when they come to you is if you're gonna say these things might happen, we've got to know if they will, because you guys are making really important decisions, hopefully, to protect all of us. And some might be scared away by scare tactics. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
There being no questions, oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You were talking about maybe there's a gap of primers, brass, and powder.
Yes.
You don't think that comes under firearm supplies?
Nope.
Or ammunition?
Nope, because ammunition is a loaded cartridge which contains powder, primer, and brass. I happen to be an old school, as my uncle would call it, custom crafted ammunition, not reloader, custom crafted ammunition. And so, no, I don't think it, because ammunition is a specific thing, it's loaded.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I just think you need to be really clear there.
There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony. At this point, there being no one else to testify, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1178, and the committee will stand in recess until 1:30. We're going to probably do a subcommittee on this.
Oh, yes, yes.
They're all in the cafeteria. There's a lot.
But I'm more concerned with. I know, but they're for 11.
Oh, yeah. Which is what we're doing. Are we gonna? Yeah, we're doing.
As soon as Daryl calls us to order. But this one only has one. There's no shut off on that? That's what I know. Actually, somebody came in and said, "Oh, the mic is still on." Well, I don't think it shuts off. Scott walked by and he whipped it up high. That's why I like hanging out with these kids. They know all about in your way, Dave. Yeah. I told Scott, I've got a freaking flip phone. What do you expect from me? I got a call from the
You did too? Good.
I got it. I popped it.
The domestic violence one. The one we already knew was going to start.
So I'm going to suggest that we executive do nothing because of the Justice Department depending on domestic
Members, if you're present, take your seats. In respect to the subcommittee hearings, and this is the members on the committee. I did establish 3 subcommittees today. If the members wish to schedule a subcommittee hearing, those are going to be chaired by Representative Roy, but just please communicate with the chair of those subcommittees so we can actually schedule those properly. We don't have the free will to now schedule hearings as we wish. So it doesn't look like we actually will have anything scheduled next Wednesday. We will have a light day on Friday, so I would anticipate there being some subcommittee hearings that can be worked into that day as well. Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I got 2, 1540 and 1266. What was the other one?
HB 1215 is also a subcommittee. HB 1215, that is relative to the definition of a residual amount in the Controlled Drug Act. I'm also going to establish a subcommittee on House Bill 1127 that is relative to exonerations and annulments. Yes. Representative Roy, you're going to be appointed as chair of that subcommittee. I'll appoint Representative Welch and Representative Wallace to that subcommittee, along with Representative Conley and Representative Muse. Representative Muse, I've appointed you to the subcommittee for HB 1127.
1127?
You were not here for the public hearing on that, but I do know it's a similar bill we had last term, so I assume you'll be familiar with the subject matter.
And these will be noticed?
They would need to be noticed. And just the members understand, in all likelihood, those would be scheduled on the day that we're here for public hearings as well. At this time, we are now going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1151. prohibiting the display of a deadly weapon at a parade, funeral, picket line, march, rally, or demonstration. This time, the chair recognizes Representative Muse to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like many people in New Hampshire, over the years, I have joined protests and rallies for causes I believe in. I'm sure many of the folks in this room have joined protests, marches, and demonstrations for the causes that they believe in as well. One of the most precious rights we have as citizens is our First Amendment right to raise our voices in protest or in support of changes that we as citizens would like to see. Protecting this right and ensuring that people are free to speak out at rallies and demonstrations without the fear of intimidation is the very act of protecting our democracy itself. The last 5 years have brought us extreme division that has angered, frustrated, and saddened many of us. But one of the worst trends the last 5 years has brought us is the increasing presence of firearms being openly displayed during protests. Since the start of 2020, weapons-toting protesters and counter-protesters have been spotted at demonstrations in Portsmouth, Concord, Nashua, and Manchester. Governor Sununu was also forced to cancel his 2021 inaugural ceremony after armed anti-mask demonstrators marched outside his home in Newfields. In other parts of the country, protesters and counter-protesters have died in gunfire in places like Kenosha, Portland, Austin, and Las Vegas. But these events are just the tip of the iceberg. According to the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, a group that collects data and reports on political violence worldwide, over 610 armed demonstrations have been reported around the country since the start of 2020. The group also reports that armed demonstrations are 6.5 times more likely to turn violent or destructive than demonstrations where no firearms are present. HB 1151 is a bill that seeks to protect First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, and most important of all, human lives. HB 1151 would ban the open carrying of firearms within 100 feet of a protest, rally, march, or any First Amendment related activity that takes place on public property. Despite what you may have been told, the right to self-defense is preserved under this bill. While the bill does restrict open carry at protests, it has a specific exemption for concealed carry. So if being armed makes you feel safer, you can carry a weapon. But what you can't do is carry it out in the open within 100 feet of other people expressing their First Amendment rights. Currently, 7 states, along with the District of Columbia, bar firearms at rallies. Among those states are Alabama and North Carolina. Over the years, our courts have repeatedly ruled that it does not violate the Second Amendment for the government to prohibit firearms at public events. Here in New Hampshire, we prohibit firearms from our own courts. The U.S. Supreme Court has made it clear in its 2008 decision, District of Columbia versus Heller, that the Second Amendment, and I quote, is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. The Supreme Court has left the door open for governments to impose reasonable safety restrictions on the possession and use of firearms. The courts have also upheld prohibitions on carrying firearms on government property, which suggests that state and local governments can lawfully restrict the carrying of firearms during public events on public property, such as public parks, streets, and other government-owned land where demonstrations, rallies, and marches typically take place. Some would say that displaying weapons itself is an allowable exercise in free speech. But the right to free speech cannot be confused with the right to terrorize others and threaten public safety. Though some may attempt to defend the display of firearms at polling places as free speech, decades of legal precedent make it clear that that would simply not be the case. The constitutional right to bear arms and the right to free speech does not does not permit intimidation with deadly weapons. The point is that guns don't speak. Although they may command attention and they may command fear, the objects themselves are not inherently expressive. People are expressive. There is nothing in this bill that restricts anyone's freedom of speech, and there is nothing in this bill that restricts anyone's Second Amendment rights. Concealed carry continues to be allowed. If you want to bring a gun into a protest for self-defense reasons, you can do that. There's nothing in this bill that would prohibit that. The bottom line is that HB 1151 offers us a way to protect the safety and the rights of citizens engaged in First Amendment activities while also protecting their right to self-defense. I urge you to give it an ought-to-pass recommendation. And I will take any questions the committee has.
Representative Burt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. You know, when we have an open carry rally for guns, people open carry their guns, but then I'm looking at the funeral procession. I'm hoping it's 40, 45 years from now, but when the day comes and I kick the bucket, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of people there with open carry guns because I open carry. How are they going to go through a funeral procession? And if there was a rally in my name, and people showed up, how are they going to show their Second Amendment rights display, because that's what I support.
The bill does create an exception for organizations that are authorized to carry weapons during things like parades and funerals, and also in things like honor guards. So I believe that is taken care of.
Representative Burt, recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read the bill. Could you tell me which line that's on? Because I don't see where I would be exempt. I did see the part where the, for the parade. And thank you.
Under exemptions in Section 2, this subdivision shall not apply to federal law enforcement officers, sheriffs, police officers, or other duly appointed peace and other law enforcement officers when on duty, nor to the regular I'm printing out off the page here, nor to the regular, and it looks like ordinary pistols or revolvers as merchandise, nor to members of the armed services of the United States when on duty, nor to the National Guard when on duty, nor to duly authorized military, police, or civil organizations or serving in honor guards at funerals.
Thank you, but it still exempts me and my friends.
I would say your 24 gun salute representative is safe.
Representative, thank you for taking my question, and thank you for your testimony. On the first page, I'm focusing on lines 22 to 23, where it says, this section shall apply regardless of whether or not a permit has been secured by the event organizer. What is the rationale for not requiring a permit?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing your...
It's my understanding that what the bill says is that if there is any type of demonstration, this law would be in effect. But it applies to demonstrations where there was no permit pulled, whether even in situations where the law would require a permit for that demonstration. So I'm asking, what's the rationale for excluding the permit requirement for the organization?
In New Hampshire, if you take a look at the way demonstrations work, for instance, in my community in Portsmouth, a permit is not required to have a demonstration. It's a good idea, and it's always a good idea to contact the police department before you do something like that. but it's not always required in every case in every municipality. So the goal is to make sure that people who would be who would be exercising their First Amendment rights in situations where there wasn't a permit also are protected against intimidation as well. So that's the goal of the bill.
Thank you. It's time the representative is excused.
The committee now calls Representative Timothy Horrigan.
Thank you very much. I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 6, which is the towns of Durham and Banbury, and I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I support it. We've seen especially in 2020, we saw a number of really disturbing incidents with people with armed counter-protesters threatening peaceful protesters. People who aren't used to being around openly carried weapons are afraid of them. They find that intimidating, and you may say that's reasonable or not, but certainly the physical danger is real. This doesn't do anything. Both counter demonstrators, spectators, and protesters alike can still conceal carry, and we're a constitutional carry state, so you don't actually need a permit to do that. So you can still conceal carry for your protection or for whatever other reason you feel you need a protest. And although this bill is it's a little bit confusingly written, but there is an exception for, first of all, pro-Second Amendment demonstrations, or also if you have an honor guard. It doesn't have to be a government organization. You can just be any civil organization. You can have rifles, hopefully unloaded or loaded with blanks to be carried at that event. So I think this balances the First and Second Amendment rights. And actually, as a point of order, I noticed one of the members of the committee is wearing a pro-Second Amendment, prominently playing a pro-Second Amendment hat. On the one hand, I think all of us, those who oppose and those who support the bill, recognize that there is a Second Amendment.
Excuse me. The representative will suspend their testimony.
Yeah.
You're testifying as a representative, but also as a member of the public. You're not permitted to make a point of order.
Oh, I'm sorry.
With your testimony.
I'll just point out that.
But you may continue with your testimony as it relates to the bill, and that is it.
Okay, so I think it'll avoid a lot of, and we've had some tragic incidents either with people infiltrating the march and doing violent things, although only rarely shooting. Or we also had a tragic incident in Wisconsin where a young man, he went down, his goal was to somehow protect someone from the protesters, and then he ended up killing two people, and he was acquitted, and I understand why he was acquitted, but still that was a tragic thing, which I think if we had would be less likely to happen in New Hampshire if we had that law, because it's never a good thing when anyone gets shot and killed, regardless of what the motivations of the shooter were. So that's anyway. And another thing that happened, we often have people coming out and supposedly assisting the police, and we've had that even here in New Hampshire. We had, although a photo was only one incident out of many, there was the somewhat disturbing issue of some young man who had some sort of unofficial militia paraphernalia, kind of doing a little bit of fist bump with the state policeman, and that certainly created, at least in some people's eyes, the perception that the state police were biased against the protesters, even though, that probably was not the case, but it did sort of look that way with the picture, so we'd have fewer embarrassing pictures like that. So that's, anyway, I'm in favor of the bill, and I apologize for you having to reprimand me. I understand that too, so thanks. But there is a member wearing a Second Amendment hat, and I don't think anybody... Just address the Second Amendment.
With respect to your testimony, please, okay. I've already warned you about this. You want to make an objection, it has to come from a member of the committee.
Okay, I understand.
You are not a member of the committee.
Yes.
You're testifying before the committee about the bill being introduced to the committee. Yeah. That is what your testimony is going to be limited to.
Okay. So can I say why I think this bill does not conflict with the Second Amendment? Yeah, so the Second Amendment merely says it's infringing the right to bear arms, and I don't believe that this, I think this bill doesn't infringe on the right to bear arms, which is not absolute, and also it helps our right to free speech is guaranteed in the First Amendment and like many other, and in our own state constitution. So thanks. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, should anybody have any.
Representative True.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In testimony, people have said that this is to help improve the safety of the public.
Yeah.
How would the public be more safe if I'm carrying a knife in my concealed versus I'm carrying a knife not concealed? How does that make them more safe?
Well, I mean, it creates a more confrontive situation. If the protesters start yelling back at the counter-protesters, or vice versa, if somebody has a rifle, especially a loaded one, that just ups the ante, makes emotions run higher, and then there is the possibility somebody might use their weapon, and then or have some other forms of violence, and then also. But then the concealed carry, that's just not as confrontive. So like until you pull it out, nobody knows you have it. So it won't pour gasoline on the flames of an already tense situation as much as an open carried one would.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony.
The committee now calls Representative Altschuler. And you've got written testimony? You have written testimony for the committee?
Yes, I have a copy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. House Bill 1151 is a bill about the coercive control of those people who are seeking to negatively influence the freedom of speech and the freedom of assembly by other Granite Staters. If a person goes walking through the aisles of the market basket carrying a baseball bat around, not hitting anything, not necessarily coming near anyone, not saying anything, maybe just striding through the aisles and carrying it on their shoulder, do you think that kind of behavior will cause alarm? Of course it will, because a baseball bat is something that is unusual to carry around the supermarket. It is not normal. It's alarming, and it should be. Let's say you go to a restaurant and the person at the next table pulls out a 10 3/4 inch whaling knife, the survival knife with the serrated edge and the gut hook. So they just put it on the table for everyone to see. Why on earth would they do that? Ostensibly, everything in the restaurant is already dead. And the restaurant provides their own cutlery. It's an unusual item to bring into a restaurant and put on the table. That is an alarming situation. It should be. These instances are examples of coercive control. They are actions taken that send a message to the people around them that the balance of power is in their favor because they have introduced an item that is unusual to its surroundings and circumstances, and they have demonstrated a comfortableness with threatening. That is coercive control. Neither one of these situations are normal behavior. We wouldn't accept it. Interestingly enough, though, no coalition of baseball enthusiasts plan events to normalize the use of bats in places other than baseball games. There are no campaigns by hunting knife companies to BYOK, trying to normalize bringing your own knives to restaurants. But every year, this legislature hears bills that seek to normalize the presence of firearms everywhere. Bring your gun to pick up a pizza. Bring your gun to your kid's ballet class. Bring your gun to the library. Bring your gun to dinner. Bring your gun to your house of worship. Bring your gun to work. And of course, why not bring your gun to someone else's funeral domestic violence vigil, celebratory parade, or as I have experienced, gun violence prevention rally. This type of behavior is all in an effort to normalize the presence of the most lethal means of coercive control in our communities. This bill seeks to affirm that coercive control by lethal means is not something we want to normalize in New Hampshire. Coercive control creates unequal power dynamics in a relationship. It is a form of violence. It is a key factor in domestic abuse and intimate partner violence. It is a part of the pattern of behaviors that perpetrators of coercive control use to gain power and control over their situations. Coercive control is an act of intimidation. It is a silent threat. It breaks down boundaries and it threatens safety. When someone has a firearm, they don't need to wave it around. Its presence is a threat alone. Ask any victim of domestic violence whose abuser never pointed a weapon at them but would take it out and leave it on the kitchen table as a warning. Ask the victim whose date ended in sexual assault why they froze when the weapon came out of the glove compartment just for show. Ask someone who's attended a gun violence prevention rally why they scurried back to their car because counter-protesters showed up with their rifles. Ask the family members who lost a loved one to gun violence how normal it feels to be around people who, to their knowledge, have no permit, no training, and for all anyone knows, no background check in acquiring that weapon because private sales don't require it in New Hampshire. I'll share with you that those are all people I have worked with, and the presence of a gun has improved none of those situations. Normalizing the presence of firearms in all parts of our lives is the goal of many gun enthusiast lobbyists here in New Hampshire because it sells more firearms. The rise of white supremacy groups here in New Hampshire is undeniable. They have harassed school board members at school board meetings in Nashua. They attend select board meetings in Danville. They threaten theater goers in Portsmouth. They are seeking to normalize the presence of guns everywhere, all the time. We should not endeavor to normalize the abusive act of coercive control. We have an obligation to the citizens of New Hampshire to create safe communities free from abuse. Article 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution ensures all persons have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves, their families, their property, and the state. Often glossed over, though, is Article 1, that states our government is founded in consent and for the general good. Living under the threat of coercive control in no way contributes to the common good. House Bill 1151 seeks to create some sacred space for the ability to use our First Amendment rights of speech and assemble to rally, mourn, and grieve without the inherently coercive control of displays of weaponry as a counter-protest, signal of possible further violence or threat. I respectfully ask you to please vote OTP on House Bill 1151. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair may inquire with a question, and I see that the witness is a co-sponsor of the bill.
Yes.
On page 2, lines 4 and 5 creates an exception for when this law would apply. What was the rationale for creating this presumption for an exception for a pickup truck only, but excluding other types of vehicles?
I'm sorry, you're asking why the co-authors of the bill did not want to include people who put hunting racks in their house, in their cars?
It seems to only apply to a pickup truck. I'm wondering why, if there was a specific reason to allow a pickup truck to fall into the exception, but not other types of vehicles.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any kind of vehicle that also accommodates a gun rack in it other than pickup trucks. Is there another one? I'm unaware of that. If that is the sticking point, I'm sure that the co-sponsors would be happy to create an amendment to address those particular lines.
Yeah. I was just asking if there was a reason for having a pickup truck under the exception, but not a van, for example.
Again, if that's the sticking point, we will happily make the exception. We will happily write an amendment to clarify that, and would welcome your input on making that amendment. Absolutely.
Thank you for taking my question.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
Representative Testament, you're recognized for a question.
We're talking about fear and trepidation around firearms. Wouldn't a better way be of having a good firearm safety course as part of the school curriculum? We have all sorts of other safety courses to keep kids' fear from, being exacerbated by whatever the item is. Would there be a place in our schools to educate them how not to be afraid of them, rather than just, oh, it's bad?
Thank you for the question, Representative Testament. As far as firearm awareness in our schools, I should think that if there were some curriculum that would help students understand what coercive control is and how deadly firearms are, and how they do not improve situations where people are exercising their free speech, that would probably be a very welcome addition to curriculum.
Follow-up?
Representative Testament, you're recognized for a follow-up.
But what you're saying, and what I want to know, isn't that just really reinforcing your feelings about the firearms and not educating the children?
So if I understand you correctly, when people come to a funeral, rally, parade, for instance, like the evening vigil that we hold in October for domestic violence victims, or the gun violence prevention rallies that we have held, and when counter-protesters show up with multiple firearms and weapons all over them, it's our fault for feeling intimidated by that coercive control, because I think that the most appropriate thing would be to teach people not to threaten and intimidate their fellow Granite Staters who are exercising their First Amendment rights.
Representative Burt, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. If you or somebody else is so afraid, why wouldn't they carry a gun for protection?
So I think what you're asking me is that why don't we have more guns everywhere for everyone? And the purpose of this legislation is to create spaces for people to grieve, mourn, rally, in places where their choice not to carry a firearm is not is acknowledged, and that they are not threatened with the coercive control of groups of people, or even just one person, as has happened right here on the steps in Concord, who show up with multiple firearms to create a space that is wildly unsafe.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The representative is excused.
The committee now calls Representative Greg Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I rise to oppose this bill. Hearing the testimony previously, there's so many ways to address the concerns. I'd like to, I heard a lot of anecdotal stories, so I'd like to quickly just hit one. I know I said I would be only 2 minutes, but I'm going to be a bit longer. When it comes to parades, funerals, pickets, lined marches, rallies, demonstrations, I've been to all of these things. And in my life, I don't understand why it is that I would have to give up my fundamental God-given right to protect myself, my family, my friends, and my state because I want to go to someplace because somebody else has a pathological fear of something. I got a quick example. It was mentioned out here earlier of some rallies at the State House with a lot of folks at guns. I've been to a couple of these. They range from 300 to 700 people. It is the most polite, well-articulated day you will ever see. Everybody there is very, very nice. I've never seen anybody intimidated by anything. So I guess my question is, for myself, you know when you walk down a hall and it's just you and one other person, and one of you has to move so that the other one can get by? Why is it that we're the ones that always have to move? Why do we have to give up our freedom and our right for somebody else? It just doesn't make sense. I'll end with this. Article 2 of the New Hampshire Constitution. The bearing of arms. All persons have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves, their families, their property, and the state. This is not location specific. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Representative Bradley, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So you're saying that you want your rights as a gun owner to supersede my rights if I attended an event to not have guns present. So you're saying that you all have to move over and make way for us, but it doesn't sound like that's what you're trying to do. It sounds like the other way around. Is that correct?
I'm saying that I have an inherent right as a human being to be able to protect myself. What other folks want to do or not do is up to them. But I should not be barred from the state to carry any place I have a legal right to be.
Representative Bradley, recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you. So, do I have the right to attend an event without guns present? Given that this bill itself says that if you want to have a rally, a Second Amendment rally, you're able to do that. So if I wanted to go to the library with my children and have like a little rally outside saying we want books here, do you think it's okay for me to be able to go there without the presence of guns? Or do you still think that your right to carry arms supersedes my right to not want them there?
Thank you for the question. If you want to go someplace and you want to, I believe what you're saying is it would be akin to me basically going into your home. If you don't want something in your home, then that's fine. If you want to go to a library event and you have it preordained that there's not going to be anything there, that's fine, that's up to you. But if I'm going to go anywhere on earth, I have the right to defend myself. And you know, all kidding aside on this one, if you're going to be in a spot where potentially something bad can happen, I'm not going to subject you or the gentleman in front here or the people here to that danger. If there's an option to stop that danger, why would I not allow folks to be able to do that? So in answer to your question, it's not a chance to make somebody else not do something. Your safety isn't paramount to my right.
Representative Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. And you can answer this if you're aware of it or not, because I'm not. Could you tell me where in the New Hampshire or the United States Constitution that it mentions baseball bats?
It does not, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, honorable members of the committee.
The committee now calls Joe Hannon, Gun Owners of New Hampshire.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me again. My name is Joe Hannon from Gun Owners of New Hampshire. We stand in support of this bill 1151. We don't think that criminal threatening should be allowed. It should obviously be prosecuted, but just the mere presence of an inanimate object is not threatening, and it shouldn't be considered criminal activity. We heard someone earlier say that this is intimidation, and also right after that they said people are expressive and guns are not. Well, they're not, and we can't say that if they're not expressive, we're going to consider just the mere presence of one being a crime. You're allowed to have one according to this bill, so it's okay to have as many as you want inside your coat, inside your pants. I'm not really sure what the purpose is, unless, I'm not questioning the motives of the bill, but I don't understand why banning just the presence of a gun would influence the person who's holding the firearm or other weapon in any way, unless they're worried about, I'm not sure if people are worried about being, starting a confrontation and people don't like someone, like we heard reference to the incident in Wisconsin. You know, whether that individual had a firearm concealed or not, would it have made a difference? We don't know, but the fact is that that person had a firearm and used it to defend themselves and was acquitted in court under self-defense. So I'm also not really sure whether we can differentiate what a true riot is versus a political event or protest. So when do we draw the line? There's nothing in here that says, okay, this protest is now at hand, it's now a riot, so you could have your firearm. People may recall a long time ago, some of the younger ones won't remember, but 92 in the LA riots, there were Korean store owners who were on their rooftops with rifles to keep their stores from burning down. Now, they were eventually declared riots during that period, but initially they were protests. You know, when do you draw the line? The pickup truck was a good example. I do want to say that there are many ways of other vehicles that can have racks or a system of holding a firearm. Most police cars are sedans or something similar, and they have a shotgun rack or other gun racks in the front seat or even on the back. It's not uncommon. I've seen a Prius with a gun rack, so you know it could be anything. It says this shall not apply to federal law enforcement officers, sheriffs, police officers, or other duly appointed peace and law enforcement officers when on duty. I'm not really sure if that means that if they're off duty, that a police officer is not allowed to carry a firearm, even though they are allowed to carry with national reciprocity if they meet requirements while off duty. So if they're off duty, does that not apply to them? It also says that the regular and ordinary transportation of pistols or revolvers as merchandise does not apply here. So what does that mean? Does it mean if you just bought it, it's okay, but if you bought it a month ago and it's still in your car, or you brought it with you, put it on your seat or in a holster near your dash, then you would be in violation of the law. Also, there's no exception for being within 100 feet of a protest if you're in your car and you're at a stoplight, or if you turn a corner in a city and they just happen to be protesting on the other side of the corner and you didn't know it was there. You know, you can be surprised and you would be in violation. I heard references to, different things that could be considered offensive. Just because something's offensive doesn't mean it needs to be against the law. I don't think we should amend this to add fist bumps as something that shouldn't be allowed with public officials at a public gathering. I mean, if you have a problem with that, take it up with the department. And how do we ban threatening images? If you have a group of people who are maybe not as big as another group, if one group just happens to be bigger, that could be threatening to some. Do you say, well, we can't have a disparity of size differences or age differences? If you have a group of elderly people protesting, do you not let a bunch, what if there's, this is purely ridiculous, but what if you have some other group that is, larger or stronger seeming showing up? Do you want is that not scary to that individual or that group? It may be, but there's no reason to make something illegal because of someone's perceived differences. And the bottom line is, if you can carry concealed at a protest or a funeral or anywhere else, you've got the weapon on you. If someone's angering you so much that you're going to shoot and kill them, you already have the means to do that. It seems that this is more likely to stop someone else from provoking someone with a firearm, which I do understand. So do we want to make poking the bear, so to speak, against the law? It's not a good idea. I don't recommend it, but people do have a right to defend themselves, whether it's openly or concealed carry. I don't think we need to have laws that deal with just pure emotions and not facts. Criminal threatening should be prosecuted, and the mere presence of an object is not threatening nor criminal. So I please ask you to ITL this bill.
Representative Harry Gathright.
You mentioned that you're part of gun owners.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I apologize. You mentioned that you are part of Gun Owners of New Hampshire. Is that an offsite of Gun Owners of America? Is that
We're not an affiliated organization. Technically, we're not. We're an independent organization. We're in New Hampshire, Gun Owners of New Hampshire. We're an NRA state affiliate, but that doesn't mean we're an organization of the NRA. We're just, we're affiliated.
So you're not affiliated with Gun Owners of America? Is that what you just said?
Not officially affiliated. We discuss things with them from time to time, like anybody, like any other group. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Representative Harry Gathright. Recognized for a follow-up.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Gun Owners of America have supported the militia movement across the United States?
What do you mean?
The militia movements.
What about it?
Are you aware that they have supported it? The militia movements across the United States.
Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure I understand.
Representative Byrd.
What does this have to do with the bill?
Representative Byrd, you have to be recognized to speak unless you're making a point of order.
I apologize.
Excuse me.
No, I'm if I could ask, I'm not sure. It sounds familiar, but I don't know what it has to do with anything.
Okay, well then I'll ask the next question.
R-
Sorry.
And last follow-up, but just I remind the members of the committee that the questions we ask the members of the public testifying, whether they're testifying individually or on behalf of an organization, is for information relating to the bill. So let's try to narrow the scope of the questions. But you were recognized for a follow-up.
Well, it's no need for it because I do know that he understands what I'm saying, so I'm just going to drop it at this point.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair.
Representative Klein-Knight, you recognized for your point of order. Please state your point of order.
I would argue that a representative from a certain affiliation has every right to be questioned on his ties and credibility on a subject matter related to this, and that Representative Harry Gathright be allowed to address and get a clear answer for her question. Thank you.
Well, two things. Number one, your point of order is not right. You needed to have raised it right when I made that statement. But in respect to the member who I addressed that comment to, I don't believe I actually stopped or prohibited that member from asking the question. It was getting close to that boundary line, so I was just kind of, as a reminder to my colleague. Representative Klein, do you have a question for the witness? You recognize for a question.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if everybody's concern is that they're so scared of the First Amendment that will outweigh their right and they go right to a Second Amendment. Are they can't control themselves when they listen to people's First Amendments? Is this the concern, so that we need to outweigh the First Amendment by pushing the Second Amendment for a peaceful protest?
Absolutely not. They're both vital and important, and I think I was just hypothesizing that maybe some people, wanted this to protect themselves because they can't control themselves when they see a firearm. not the other way around. The person who has a firearm has it whether it's open or concealed, so they've got the gun. It's not a matter of them having the ability to cause harm if they chose to. They often choose not to unless they're in danger or being threatened or physically in danger, life-threatening situations.
You're recognized for a follow-up.
Are you saying that people are so threatened by First Amendment rights that that is why they need to carry a gun around? They're so threatened by the freedom of speech that they feel the need to carry a weapon.
Why would I say that?
I believe you just did.
I don't want to debate. I'm not sure I've ever even insinuated that. I think they're both equally important. One does not override the other. They're completely separate entities that shouldn't contradict each other in any situation, especially in a bill like this.
I believe that you're saying that you have a right to implicit
Representative Klein Knight.
by declaring holding a gun and a
The member will
protest.
suspend, and I'm going to instruct the witness not to respond to that. If you have a follow-up question, please raise your hand. And as you can tell, I've been recognizing every member to speak that there's no need for yelling out questions without being recognized. So let's just... Representative Conley, you're recognized to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking the question. So I think the premise of this bill, as I understand it, is that the presence of a firearm could be used by bad actors to threaten implicitly other people. Everyone in this room knows what the law is on constitutional carry, on open carry. That's not, I don't think, for debate here. But how would a reasonable person, or could a reasonable person, distinguish between one exercising one's right and one going beyond that right to use the presence of a firearm to threaten? Could that distinction be made?
Perception is relative to any individual, but that shouldn't be what we base law on. If something's legal, it's legal. It shouldn't be illegal when someone chooses it not to be for their own political purposes. Say, for example, there's a protest, and here specifically does not allow counter-protests or protests to have firearms within 100 feet of another protest. Well, that doesn't preclude the non-lethal weapon or firearm owning group from having confrontations within 100 feet. They can get closer, and what do you have to do? Keep backing up, and all of a sudden your voice isn't heard. You can have one group use their First Amendment as a cudgel against another person's First Amendment right, and that's exactly what this kind of legislation could do.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Alan Rice, Gun Owners of America.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alan Rice. I am a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire. I'm here on behalf of Gun Owners of America, a national organization with over 2 million members and supporters nationwide. Rather than read from my testimony, which is intended to cover this bill and one that you're going to hear later today, I'd like to offer some remarks in response to what some of the sponsors had to say. Representative Muse seems to be concerned about weapons-toting protesters. Well, people have been carrying firearms in New Hampshire for somewhere around 300 years, and no one should have to forfeit their Second Amendment rights to exercise their First Amendment rights. Because certain people are uncomfortable around guns, that doesn't mean everyone else loses their right to have a gun. Kenosha was mentioned. The gentleman in Kenosha, the young adult, was found not guilty. That was actually a case that we reviewed extensively. We're very involved in use of force issues. When the adult, a physically large adult male, started swinging his skateboard and using it as a deadly weapon, that skateboard was no longer a toy. It was a deadly weapon. And Mr. Rittenhouse responded absolutely appropriately, and we're glad that the jury agreed with him. New Hampshire has a long history of not making crimes out of carrying guns. It's never been a crime to carry a gun in the open in New Hampshire, ever. And since 2017, it's not been a crime to carry a gun concealed without a license. I would say that this long 300-year track record shows that the majority of residents agree with that. There's no clamor for change. I would say that the sponsors of this bill are not only the outliers, they're part of a tiny minority. They mentioned 7 states. Most of the 7 states that prohibit the carrying of guns at parades and protests and funerals are in the Deep South. The Deep South did not allow people to carry guns until the mid-1990s. There was a lot of Jim Crow laws that had to be overturned. There was a lot of legislative compromise and deal-making. And one of the deals that was made in multiple states was off-limits places for concealed carry. New Hampshire's concealed carry law predated most of the southern states by about 70 years. We've always carried firearms without restriction. These restrictions were concessions so people could get the ability to carry guns at least some of the time. For New Hampshire to adopt the provisions of House Bill 1151 would actually be going backwards in our history. And I don't think anybody in this general court wants to do that. I want to respond to Representative Altschiller, and I've said this before in other hearings. Coercive control. There's absolutely nothing that prevents a victim or someone who thinks she might be a victim from legally arming herself for self-defense. It's not coercive control if someone's peacefully carrying a weapon. I'm peacefully carrying a weapon right now, but because we're in this particular room, in this building, I can't take my coat off. If we were in your committee room, I would take my coat off to show that it's a normal activity for people in New Hampshire to do every day. People get dressed, wallet, car keys, reading glasses, gun, knife. It's just, people go about their daily business. It's perfectly normal. We're not seeking to normalize anything. It's already normal. We're seeking to persuade the legislature not to go backwards. So I respectfully disagree with Representative Altschiller. And I would ask this committee to vote House Bill 1151 inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Burt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. If you look at page 1 of the bill, and it's line 24 and 25, and let me read it to you. It's very short. This section shall also apply to a person in a private vehicle who are parked or traveling. That's the word I like, is traveling on a public property within 100 feet of the closest event. As I travel down a road, how would I know that there's an event coming up? And what would I do with my firearm at that point? Would I have to stop and turn around, or how would I handle that situation?
Well, Representative, I appreciate that question. This is a very serious section because cars are mobile, and I've seen a lot of protests and parades that are mobile. And when the two come upon one another, the person with an openly carried firearm in a vehicle would be in violation of this. They could face arrest and jail time for what? For having a gun and not using it and not harming anyone? It's kind of absurd on its face, but I think that those two lines clearly show the intentions of the sponsors, which is to delegitimize firearms, stigmatize those who use them, and ultimately ban their ownership and use throughout our state.
Thank you.
Representative Klein-Knight, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the witness for taking my question. Are you saying your right to have a gun at a peaceful protest outweighs the safety of the people weaponless at that protest?
My right to have a gun is my right to have a gun. My right and the practice of carrying a gun does not put anyone in any danger other than the person who might try to harm me. I'm carrying a gun right now, Representative. Do you feel unsafe? I haven't made any threatening movements, and I have no plans to do so. And I can tell you there's many other people in this room carrying firearms. That doesn't make anyone unsafe. To the contrary, it makes people safer.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, Representative Harry Gathright, you recognize.
Can you speak up, Representative?
I apologize. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You heard in testimony that Gun Owners of New Hampshire is unaffiliated with Gun Owners of America. Are you aware that the Gun Owners of New Hampshire's testimony sheet has Gun Owners of America on it?
I haven't seen it. I'm sure Dr. Hannon would provide me with a copy of what he testified to, but I haven't seen it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Roseanne Chester.
Thank you, committee chair. Thank you, committee members, for allowing me to speak. I've heard a lot of talk today. Well, actually, I want to start with dispelling some misnomer. I was one of those protesters at the governor's house. I did see over 20 weapons visibly available, readily available, but I did not see one of those weapons on the less than 10 protesters. All of those weapons, over 20 of them, were on the hips of the police officers. So I just wanted to dispel that rumor, and I really appreciate being able to have the venue to finally clear that up. I heard a lot of talk today about that four-letter word. Four-letter word that is, I'm hearing more and more and more since COVID-19, fear. The bottom line is if a bill like this were to pass, then we are opening ourselves up for, oh my goodness, they're not wearing a mask. We must be afraid. They don't have a vaccine passport. We must be afraid. It is not fair or appropriate to identify people for who they are or what they represent based on the color of their skin, the way they choose to carry a weapon or not choose to carry a weapon, their sex, their political affiliation, their religious affiliation, or their vaccine status. And the bottom line here is I have listened to a lot of representatives talk about they want vaccine mandates, they want mask mandates, and then they turn around and they come in here and they try to take our Second Amendment rights away. I think that is a problem. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Lauren Lepage, National Rifle Association.
Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Lauren Lepage. I'm from Sanford, Maine. I'm here as the state director for the National Rifle Association in New Hampshire. I will submit a letter electronically to the committee covering both this and the following bill because our rationale for opposition is largely based on the same rationale, so I'll save you from having to hear from me twice. I think Joe, I think Alan, I think everyone has summed it up. Simply open carrying a firearm should not be something that's made illegal. I do want to talk about the mechanics of enforcement of the bill. It wouldn't be difficult to sort of hypothetically assume that a parade is moving, and so people are going to be moving in and out of that 100-foot buffer zone as the parade is moving in a public way. That could result in someone who is law-abiding, not a spectator of the event, not participating in a counter-protest, potentially getting hung up in the system while they were having a conversation with their neighbor on the sidewalk simply because they were open carrying a firearm. Another thing is with a blazer, if my blazer accidentally gets stuck and my firearm becomes visible, despite the fact that I was attempting to carry concealed, does that entrap a law-abiding citizen who is lawfully carrying a firearm concealed? So to not repeat all of the points that had been made, those are some of sort of the mechanical issues with the bill that we've seen. And like I said, I will submit written testimony on both of these for the committee to consider. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Penny Dean.
New Hampshire, and I would ask that this bill be ITL'd for many, many reasons. And it's not because I want to sell guns. I don't sell guns for a living, so I'm not here to sell guns. I'd like to buy guns, more guns, but not sell. Next, I think again we need to go back to the dictionary. It's a very basic tool. The term coercive control has been used repeatedly. If one looks to the dictionary in the history, it's defined as harm, punishment, and threaten. It's designed to harm, punish, and threaten anyone. I don't think anyone can make a reasonable argument that those who are carrying open firearms are trying to harm, punish, or threaten another person. Because if they are, we got plenty of laws to take care of them. But I think what's important, and I think you have to look at this, a person who doesn't carry a gun I find strange. Because carrying a gun, if there's a message that you're carrying openly, sends, I'll tell you what message I'm sending, that I am responsible for my own personal safety. I don't expect anyone else to buy my groceries. I have a job, I make money. I don't expect anyone to pay my rent, if you will, and my light and my phone. And I'm willing to take personal responsibility for my own well-being. That means my own physical well-being. And you sometimes show that by open carrying. I'm willing to take personal responsibility for protecting my family and friends. And if anything, that's what open carrying a gun is meant to do. But firearms are tools and they break. Anybody who's carried a firearm, even the best brand new firearms by the maker of your choice, they jam and they break. So most people consider carrying 2 firearms, because 1 gun is really no gun and 2 gun is 1 gun. And one just has to pay attention to the local paper. They've had brand new SIGs from the state police they pull out to use in an emergency situation. They don't go bang. So it's not unreasonable to carry multiple firearms. But when you look at this bill, I see this bill as being ripe for abuse. You've got a couple problems. Whenever you have vague terms, ripe for abuse. How many people have heard about people getting swatted? They call 911 and report some fake activity next door. Other people who don't like firearms have claimed people just who are carrying firearms have pointed a firearm at them just to get them in trouble. And so to answer Representative Burt's question, unless these people are actually carrying your body, I say the open carriers are subject to get arrested. And unless you have like a 50-foot coffin or something, you're gonna have trouble. The people attending your wake, no guns for them, or at least no open ones. But I think you need to look specifically at the terms in this particular bill. And I think you look at, for example, lawful marches. What is a lawful march? I don't know what a lawful march is. A lawful march, I see someone open carrying and I don't like them open carrying, so me and my friend start marching. We got 2 of us, we're having a lawful march. And we can then say to the police, arrest these people. They're within 100 foot of us and we're having a lawful march. What's a vigil? How many people have seen people who have died or been killed, and you see a bunch of flowers by the road or a bunch of flowers in town and candles, and they'll have a nightly news thing. But is a vigil 1 person? So if I'm really sad because someone died and they have the little flowers there and a picture of them and a candle, I can have a vigil, right? That means this 100-foot perimeter, no open carrying. And what if you just happen to be walking down the street? Again, ripe for abuse. These terms are not defined. Who's a spectator? Can I be a spectator of something that's good distance away? That means I'm essentially a roving, no open carry zone, because I'm a spectator of that funeral going on over there. So the thing is, you've got to ask yourself, how could this be abused? And I think it could be abused 10 ways to Sunday. And we look at this and we say, impromptu counter-protest, counter-rallies, counter-marches. What in the world are those? I don't know the answer. But you don't have a right not to have firearms around you. I have a right to carry firearms. It's in the Constitution last time I read it. But you can show me, just because I'm I'm intimidated by men in red shirts. I don't think representatives should get to wear red shirts because that makes me feel uncomfortable. I mean, where do we go with this? The bottom line is, nobody is saying that the people who are carrying firearms openly are doing or saying anything to make a reasonable person feel afraid. There's laws for that. So I'm asking that this bill be ITL'd for many, many reasons, not the least of which is, quite frankly, it's really a recipe for every anti-gunner in the state to intimidate and harass gun owners. And if that was their intention, this is a beautiful piece of legislation, because it's going to do that. It's what every anti-firearm person could wish for. Because it's like trying to say you can't do anything within 150 feet of anything. Wherever you measure, there's going to be a visual. Wherever you measure, there's going to be a counter-protest. And you're going to have no chance. That's the other thing. You're not going to know what hit you. So I'm happy to answer practical questions, but as I look at this, I don't think, the other thing you might want to look at is all the terms defined in 62511. If you look at New Hampshire RSA 62511, which is a statute that talks about how things are meant to be used. If I'm wearing some big, long, sharp earrings that you say that I could use them to poke you with, is that one of the things I can't carry? I have some of those cool hair sticks that are pokey on the end. One of you guys don't like hair sticks? Deadly weapon. So I respectfully say this needs to be ITL'd for many, many reasons. And happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. The witness is excused. At this time, we'll now close the public hearing on House Bill 1151. So this is a procedural, and I mean no disrespect, once the gavel hits, the hearing's been closed. I don't think we, it was pretty close. I was trying to hold up, I'm not really sure. I'm sure if I did,
don't have one on this bill.
Point of order. But if
Point of order.
Representative Conley, you're recognized for a point of order.
The resident has traveled to the Capitol. I believe he intended to speak, and I would be interested to hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Representative Conley. I thought that was going to go another direction. If the clerk does not find the pink card, can you just please fill out another one? And you may testify. And my apologies to the member of the public.
My apologies if I put the wrong number on. This was the one that I definitely came to speak for, so thank you very much. I appreciate that. David LaRue, so where to start? Obviously, this should be, in my opinion, ITL'd, I guess is the term for it. I want to read you a quote. "We cannot but pity the boy who has never fired a gun. He is no more humane, while his education has been sadly neglected." Anybody recognize that? Henry David Thoreau, 1846, Walden. Okay? Not wanting to use, carry, be involved with firearms does not make you a more humane, ethical, better person. Okay, we have heard lots of things based on feelings. We have heard the arguments about how a firearm makes somebody feel. And the bottom line is your feelings, I don't believe they're referenced in the Constitution, but I'm not a scholar. What I do know is we have a Second Amendment. Now, why have I not heard anybody talk about any actual data? If we're looking for a safer society, let me give you 2020 FBI data. Now, if I said, is Vermont a very safe state, most people would say yes. But what if you feel like Vermont is not safe enough for you? You could move to Idaho. They are safer per the 2020 FBI data. What if Idaho is still too scary for your feelings? Well, you may move to Maine. But what if Maine is not good enough? You may move to New Hampshire, because according to the 2020 FBI data, New Hampshire ranks 50. We are the safest for murder. We are 49, sadly, for violent crime. I know it's terrible, but if more people carried firearms, perhaps we could get to the bottom of the barrel for violent crime as well. Those are numbers. Those are not feelings. Now, I open carry. I dislike concealed carry. I have spent my whole life, since I have been using firearms, training with open carry. I was trained in the U.S. Coast Guard as what we call a boarding team member, our equivalent of Coast Guard police as a federal law enforcement officer, to open carry. Cops open carry for a multiple of reasons, and I can talk about that. We have retention holsters. It is a hotly contested point that a holster that is concealed typically does not have a method of retention. So if somebody sees your firearm and wishes to take it from you, they can now just draw that out because there is nothing in the holster to physically hang on to that. Typically, most open carry outside the hip holsters that you would see on a pistol have a method of retention, some of them 2 or 3, what's known as a triple retention holster. So a bad actor, which we are totally afraid of, comes up to try to take your firearm. They now have to fight to try to get the firearm not only from you, someone who has professed the expression that you are willing to take responsibility for your life, because when seconds count, the cops are only minutes away, and it has been shown that the police are not obligated to put themselves in harm's way, that they now have to not only contend with you, but they have to try to get the firearm out of your holster. Now, when I was trained as a Coast Guard law enforcement member, the one thing I was told when we were carrying firearms was that if somebody is trying to take your firearm, they intend to use it for you. So hanging onto your firearm is literally the fight for your life. Now, we also have the fear of deadly weapons. Now, if somebody is killed with a knife, is that knife less deadly than a firearm? We talk about the lethality. Lethality was said. Well, whatever kills somebody is lethal. Now, what we were trained on in the Coast Guard, and this may be different now, but what I remember it and I still use, is called the use of force triangle. This is not just related to deadly force, and I'll define that in a second, but it's related to any use of force. Because there are many levels of force, as anybody who supports police, or has been a policeman, or does any self-defense training will understand that there are certain levels of force that are applicable and appropriate for the situation you are in. We'll also talk about what is appropriate when you are carrying a firearm versus when you're not. The use of force triangle as it stood when I was in the military and trained by the Coast Guard as a federal law enforcement officer, where multiple times I stood over Colombian drug smugglers and migrants and people who occasionally had fully automatic weapons and things that we would confiscate doing drug interdiction. The use of force triangle is 3 very simple parts: ability, opportunity, and intent. If somebody is 150 feet away from me and they have a knife, I don't care what their intent is. I do not have a right to shoot them because I am outside the effective range of that weapon. If somebody is carrying a firearm, they might be within range of you. But what is the intent? Do they have the opportunity, the ability? If that rifle, such as I normally carry, is slung behind the back, that is a very hard sell to shoot them in the face because the rifle is not able to be presented and is not a physical threat. They must bring that weapon to bear. We can talk about how police are adjudicated on how their process goes when they have a justified shooting. These things are evaluated. Now, we have rules and laws that cover the feelings aspect where somebody feels threatened by a firearm. It's called brandishing. Okay, it was mentioned if your shirt pulls up and the handle of your firearm is now exposed, that could be considered brandishing in other states. There are very specific rules in RSAs already covered. Just like any violent crime against somebody who's afraid of the guns, any violent crime that the gun carrier would enact upon that poor soul, they're already being able to be prosecuted by law. Now, let's see, we talked about New Hampshire, we talked about use of force. Differences in training and draw time. I prefer open carry. As I said, that's the way I've always trained. Okay? What is most important when using and carrying a firearm is that you are accurate, you know your target, you know why, and you can articulate that this was justified, because heavens forbid somebody uses a firearm in a negligent way. I would never want that, and that must be the worst thing, to be somebody who takes another life out of, when it's not necessary. Now, it was mentioned Rittenhouse. It was clear that he used self-defense when he was physically being assaulted with a skateboard. Okay? That was decided. Now, it's also worth noting that the criminals who were assaulting him, who were the victims, well, I won't use the word victim, but who were the people who got shot, I believe one was a pedophile and one was a felon with a firearm. Criminals don't believe in the law. We do. Now, we're not only talking about you not being able to have an event where you can't prevent us or a gun owner, an open carrier, from coming to your event, we can't stop you from coming to an event. That's the nature of freedom. Now, you are free to have a no-gun event. Of course you are. You can rent a hall, you can have a private event, you can have security, you can hire people, and you can not make it a public event. But a public space, a public event on the street where you do not have an expectation of privacy, and there's nothing that says you have an expectation to be 100 feet away from a firearm, that's an unreasonable expectation. Nobody would go for that. We've also equated owning guns or the display of guns with crime. As I mentioned, there is brandishing, there are actual crimes, there's criminal threatening. If I threaten you by mouth while I'm in possession of a firearm, yes, that's a much different thing. Now, really, this is not about the law, because the law is pretty clear. I don't see how anybody could read our Constitution and our laws and understand constitutional carry and pass anything that looks anything like this. I'd be liable to call you a treasonous traitor to the Constitution. That's the bottom line. The Second Amendment protects the First, and I guarantee you, if there was some anti-gun rally and I was present, or some other person was present with a firearm, and then there was a person who actually started to enact violence against those protesters, the people with the firearms would be the one to come to your aid. We are addressing what is fundamentally the nature of self-defense, the nature of the idea that you have a right to defend yourself and your loved ones. And as it was stated, if the fear of something, an inanimate object, is allowed to be pushed as legislative, a powerful reason to make a legislation like this, what's next? You don't teach a child who's afraid of black people because they had a piss-poor upbringing to stay away from black people because they're really dangerous. You teach them not to be racist and to not hate somebody based on an arbitrary standard. I could go on for days. I'll take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. Any members of the public present who wish to testify that have not testified already? Seeing none, we'll now close the public hearing on House Bill 1151. At this time, we'll now open the executive session on House Bill 1151. Chair recognizes Representative Burt to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make a motion on House Bill 1151 ITL.
Second.
Has that been seconded by Representative Wallace? Representative Burt, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just see so many problems in this bill, and really, I guess, I don't even know where to start other than on line 24 and 25. If I or anybody's just traveling on page 1, if anybody is traveling down the road and there's a protest, they could get nabbed. Now, yes, the first offense is $100, but each offense after that is $1,000. And I assure you, if somebody saw John Burt driving by a protest that is against guns, they're going to look and go, "Oh, he's within 100 feet of us, and chances are he's carrying." So they're going to call the police on me. And I can see a lot of people getting trapped in there. If you just go throughout the bill, Mr. Chairman, there just seems to be a lot of issues to entrap people, and that's why I am going to support the ITL. Thank you.
Representative Rhodes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to echo everything that the last speaker, Ms. LaRue, said. Thank you.
Representative Muse, you're recognized.
Yes, I want to be very clear. This bill is not about feelings. This bill is all about protecting First Amendment rights. There were, and I think if as you read the bill, I think it's very clear from the language of the bill that there was a great deal of care taken in the drafting of this bill to protect Second Amendment rights. The right to concealed carry during protests and demonstrations is in the bill. If you want to bring a weapon for self-defense to one of these events, you can do that. What this bill is expressly intended to do is to prevent situations where people bring firearms to protests, to demonstrations, to rallies, and make them and essentially display them in a way that intimidates others. It's exactly what Representative Altshuler was talking about when she was talking about coercive control. That's exactly what it is. When you show up, especially when you have a group of people who show up at somebody else's demonstration carrying firearms, it sends a message. And the message is knuckle under or else. And that's totally unacceptable. This is a democracy, and it just makes me incredibly sad that we've gotten to a point in this country where we don't seem to understand anymore what we have to protect. I mean, we're going through a period of incredible division and divisiveness. I think everybody knows that right now. It's not easy for anybody. And I think literally one of the worst things that we can do is to essentially legitimize the open carrying of firearms at public demonstrations. And I think we've seen repeatedly especially over the last couple of years, how when that happens, when that is allowed to happen, it basically turns these events that are already in danger of erupting into violence, it basically becomes the match that lights the powder keg, the tinderbox, and it's totally unacceptable. I fear for New Hampshire going forward if we don't have laws like this, because it's important for people to be able to express themselves without fear of intimidation. That's really kind of what our democracy is all about. And this whole argument that somehow we're the ones who are in fear is basically total BS. What about the people who feel like they can't go to a protest without bringing a firearm, especially peaceful protests? It's sickening, and I urge you to reject those arguments, and I urge you to also reject the inexpedient to legislate recommendation. Thank you.
And I'm just going to this is just a clarification. Criminal threatening is already illegal. It's codified under New Hampshire law, and that's RSA 631:4. And if you review that, there is an enhanced penalty if you threaten someone with a deadly weapon, which would obviously include a firearm. So under New Hampshire's existing law, it's already illegal to threaten someone with a firearm. It's actually a Class B felony already. Representative Roy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just, as far as this notion of these peaceful protests goes, I, amongst other people, watched many of our major cities burn last year that started out as peaceful protests. We watched entire sections of major cities in this country be annexed by terrorists and held in some kind of their own, I don't know, zone or something that they did. And nothing could be more peaceful than a Christmas parade where I watched a bunch of children get mowed down by a vehicle. So this whole notion of peaceful protest, I think is suspect at best. I think that the person's right to self-defense does indeed trump their the ability to be able to hold a peaceful protest when you have no evidence that these protests remain peaceful.
At this time, Representative Klein Knight, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members, for listening to all the testimony, and members of the public for coming in and peacefully exercising your First Amendment right without the need to brandish anything, as it were. And it was very nice and peaceful, good conversation. With that being said, and penalties already existing, that's all well and good, but all it takes is one man with an AK-47 to wipe out hundreds of people. We've seen it in concerts, we've seen it in, we've just seen it in movie theaters, we've seen it in so many public spaces. And yes, you do have a right to protection, but an eye for an eye and one gun just to cancel out another gun, just to cancel out, it's just gonna bring, I really don't understand why you need something of such violence and destruction in a peaceful place to coexist, unless you are looking to intimidate somebody or take something by force, like the January 6th insurrection.
The member will be recognized if he wishes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the sponsor deserves a lot of credit for bringing forward this bill. It's a subject that is hard to have a rational debate around, where people can express themselves without passions getting inflamed. It's very hard to do. I don't like when I see people out and about open carrying. I don't understand it. I don't think it's necessary. I don't really think it's necessary to carry a gun anywhere, but that is my own personal thought. Unfortunately, the law in this state, as I see it, the law in the state is that one is allowed to carry a gun outwardly, openly, and I would rather those laws be changed rather than a piecemeal approach, so I'll be supporting the ITL.
Representative Newman.
I just want to comment that I believe that there are peaceful protests, and I believe that the First Amendment allows for the petition of the government, and I assume that our forefathers at that time thought that there would be peaceful protests, and I still think that there's a lot of peaceful protests. However, I don't think that what happened at the Capitol was a peaceful protest. So I think people can be intimidated by open carry, and I'm not going to support the ITL motion.
At this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you are in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yea. If you are opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch.
Yes.
Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testament.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yes.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
No.
Representative Pantelakis.
No.
Representative O'Hearn. Representative Bourdonnais.
Yes.
Representative Muse.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden. Representative Conley.
Yes.
Representative Klein Knight.
No.
Representative Bradley.
No.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
12 yeas, 6 nays, 2 not voting.
There's 12 yes? I believe
13 to 6.
I had 13. It's 13 to 6. The motion passes. Representative Burr, you'll be preparing a majority report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there'll be a majority report, and I'm assuming this won't go on consent.
Will there be a minority report? Representative Gathright will prepare a minority report. Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for my record, what was the count 13, 6, and 2 not voting?
That's correct. At this time, we will now close the executive session on House Bill 1151. This time, we'll now open the public hearing on House Bill 1096, prohibiting open carrying or display of a deadly weapon within 100 feet of a polling place. This time, the chair recognizes Representative Muse to introduce House Bill 1096. And we are running behind schedule, with the exception of the representative that's going to introduce the bill. I'm going to limit the public testimony to 2 minutes per member of the public. And Representative True, would you mind being the timekeeper? Representative, you may begin.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, do I have a time limit?
You do not have a time limit, but for the after the bill's introduced, the remaining members of the public who testify will have 2 minutes time limit.
Thank you much. Let me start by saying that in this country, no American should ever be threatened with guns, either explicitly or implicitly, while simply exercising their right to vote. Intimidation, including intimidation by armed civilians, has long been a tool that some have used to prevent full participation in American democracy. During and after Reconstruction, guns were often used to scare black voters away from the polls. That history of armed voter intimidation is not a distant memory. Guns at the polls are a tinderbox near an open flame. In Manchester during the November 2020 election, an armed man harassed people holding signs for candidates in the electioneering area outside 3 separate polling places. In Charlotte, North Carolina, an armed man was arrested after a polling supervisor asked him to leave a polling place on election day, and he returned. In Lane County, Oregon, armed individuals reportedly approached people as they were dropping off their ballots. Since the last election cycle, misinformation and questionable claims of voter fraud and election rigging have resulted in armed protesters showing up during recounts in places like Arizona. Passions in this fall's elections are likely to run equally high or higher. I'm introducing HB 1096 today as a proactive attempt to make our elections safer for all of our citizens. This bill would prohibit open carrying or display of a deadly weapon within 100 feet of a polling place on the days where federal, state, and/or municipal elections are taking place. What this bill does not do is eliminate the right to self-defense. There are exceptions for voters and election officials legally carrying concealed weapons. There are also exceptions for law enforcement officials and pickup truck owners with shotguns or rifles secured in gun racks, because this is New Hampshire and people do come into parking lots of schools with pickup trucks, with gun racks, with rifles in them. What this bill does is modify New Hampshire's voter intimidation statute. That's RSA 629. It also requires that notices be posted, letting people know that this law is in effect. There are also exceptions. 6 states in the District of Columbia have already explicitly prohibited guns in polling places. And this bill is needed because under current law, state and local authorities can't prevent people from bringing guns into polling places, even those located in school buildings. As an open carry state, New Hampshire allows gun owners to openly carry a loaded firearm onto public property without a license or a permit. And since 2017, the state has also allowed any lawful gun owner to carry a concealed weapon without a license. With HB 1096, we have the power to fix a problem in our election law, and we also have the constitutional authority to do it. The Supreme Court of the United States said it best when they reasoned in Westbury versus Sanders that no right is more precious in a free country than having a voice in the election of those who make the laws under which as good citizens we must live. Other rights, even the most basic, are illusory if the right to vote is undermined. However, the fundamental right to vote without fear of intimidation, vital to our democracy, is endangered when we allow deadly weapons to be displayed as an implicit threat to others inside and outside our polling places. In the Heller decision, Justice Antonin Scalia wrote that while the Second Amendment protects the right of law-abiding, responsible citizens to use arms in defense of hearth and home, he also wrote that nothing, in our opinion, should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions on laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places such as schools and government buildings. Several states, including Georgia, have already interpreted sensitive places to include polling places. Polling places are public areas. They are used for the purpose of facilitating elections that are vital to our democracy. For fans of American history, it's also worth pointing out that the very same generation that added the Second Amendment to the Constitution also passed state laws prohibiting bringing guns to the polls. For example, the 1776 Delaware State Constitution provides that no person shall come armed to any of them and that no muster of militia shall be made on that day. It further provided that no battalion or company could come within a mile of the polling place for 24 hours before or after an election to prevent violence or force to be used at said elections. The same year, Maryland passed a nearly identical resolution. New York followed suit a decade later, and more states added similar laws during Reconstruction in the early 20th century. HB 1096 is not an anti-gun law, as some would frame it, but instead it's a pro-voter law that will lower the risk of armed intimidation happening in a place where it should absolutely never happen. Keep in mind that if this bill passes as written, voters and election officials will continue to be able to carry concealed weapons to polling places for self-defense. The right to self-defense is protected under this bill. The right to vote without intimidation is also protected, which is extremely important. And this will leave it up to New Hampshire voters to do what New Hampshire voters do best, to choose the best candidates possible without the chilling effect of armed intimidation. I ask the committee to give this bill an ought-to-pass recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Klein-Knight, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Representative Muse, for taking my question. Where are most polling places located at?
I'm sorry, you have to get a little closer to the microphone.
Where are most polling places in our state located at? What kind of property?
I believe the member's asking where are most polling places located? What type of property?
Most polling places are located in schools and public buildings, libraries, Some are located in church halls as well.
Representative Klein Knight, you recognize for a follow-up.
Usually in these peaceful buildings, is there a need for brandishing or showing off a firearm or a weapon? Or, I mean, especially in front of children? Can everybody hear me? Can nobody hear me?
You can, go ahead.
Can we hear the question?
Okay, I just said, usually in those kinds of buildings, especially where there's children, do you feel you would really need to flash a weapon?
I'm not sure if it's the particular microphone in front of the representative, but Representative Muse, do you mind repeating the question before you answer, if that's? I don't mean to put you in an unfair position.
Is it broken?
I believe the question was whether or not there were children who were in those buildings at the time. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah. This microphone works.
So in answer to what I think was your question, yes, there are some schools I know in Ward 5 in Portsmouth during national and state elections, children actually have a day off from school. During municipal elections, they are actually in school during voting, during the voting process.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your testimony. The representative is excused.
The committee now calls Representative Greg Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I stand in opposition of this bill, and I ask that you commit it to inexpedient to legislate. This bill is basically part 2 of the last bill. It just adds one more constraint. There's nothing new to see here. It's bad legislation, and it should not continue. And I'll leave you for the last time today, my third appearance, Article 2A of the New Hampshire Constitution, the bearing of arms. All persons have the right to keep and bear arms in defense of themselves, their families, their property, and the state. And if you need to check that, I'm sure everybody has a copy of the Constitution. I'll take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman.
The committee now calls Roseanne Chester.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Just want to talk a little bit about, the bottom line is this is discrimination. Bottom line, absolute discrimination. The fact that I was identified as someone who has an arsenal because I mentioned earlier that I owned more than one gun or that I'd applied for more than one gun. For the record, my first gun was a hunting rifle that I learned to hunt with my father when I was very young. My second gun became a concealed carry, second gun became a pistol, and the reason for that is because during a mostly peaceful protest in 2016, I was physically attacked with a sign pole. And I made the decision that day that I would rather die protecting my life than die a victim. So bottom line here is this again speaks to that sign pole was no different than the sign poles that folks have as you're walking into the election arena. Additionally, if we're talking about chilling, let's talk about the number of one party or the other that happens to be at some of these polling places, intimidating and coercing people to sign up, or by giving away free things, or they've got 23 signs to your one sign, And they're not allowed, as far as I know in my area, they're not allowed to approach you or continue to run for any kind of political office during that time. But I can honestly tell you that they are very intimidating and they do make you feel uncomfortable. Am I saying that they can't be there anymore? Because if this bill gets passed, then we will expect to see that there can be no solicitation or polling at any polling place. Thank you. And I'll take any questions if you're.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls David LaRue.
David LaRue, everything I said last time, plus I personally voted last year wearing a firearm in my town hall. Not a school, not a library, not a place with little kids. We voted in our town hall. And I will tell you, I'm sure I was not the only one with a firearm, but I might have been the only one open carrying, because as I said, I train open carry. That's the way I'm most proficient. That is the way I'm most able to accurately self-defend myself. Again, we have this concept that the mere presence of a firearm is a threat. Again, reference criminal threatening, brandishing issues, getting in somebody's face. The way you conduct yourself when you carry a firearm, if you're smart, not necessarily if you're a responsible gun owner, but if you're smart, you conduct yourself differently. When you have a firearm, you cannot afford to get into a pissing contest with somebody over a difference of opinion because you now have a firearm with you, which, as we know, aggravates crimes under the law. So we already have covered this whole dangerous firearm thing. We also have this idea that somehow the firearm is intimidating people. Which direction is the firearm intimidating people to vote? Because as I understand it, we're not allowed to wear a political shirt when I go in to vote. I can't have on a Hillary Clinton shirt when I go to cast my vote. They won't allow it. I know people this last election who were told to change their clothing because you can't do that. So if you're not allowed to wear or display anything that says how you're voting, how are you intimidating somebody? Again, it's the mere presence of a physical inanimate object that is the reason why this is being pushed. You know, and then the last thing is, if we are to follow the train, because I will use any logic you wish, I will debate any logic you wish, with your logic that the mere presence of the firearm is threatening and coercive and intimidation, what about the cops? What about state police? Chilling of rights, chilling of free speech? Anybody at the executive council? Anybody ever had a cop right up in your face? Cops are allowed, under all these bills, the state is allowed to intimidate and coerce and threaten just with the mere presence of a firearm. I don't agree that that's the premise, but if that's the logic that flies, thank you.
Your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Questions?
Once again, the Honorable Joe Hannon.
The witness is excused.
Hello, Joe Hannon from Gun Owners of New Hampshire, and thank you for listening to me today. Like it's been said, this has been a lot of the same points as a previous bill, but a lot of the words are still the same problem. Officers on duty, does that mean not off duty? Pickup truck, like I mentioned, there are Priuses out there with gun racks. But it also means if someone has something in their car, they can't remove it from their rack and put it in their trunk. If they're in a neighborhood, they might not feel safe leaving it in a visible position. So someone can't even take it off of a gun rack and lock it somewhere else in a vehicle if they're parked in a bad area. Not a lot of them in New Hampshire, but there are a few. You know, there's a lot of people who are unable to easily carry concealed. This allows for concealed carry at polls, but usually it's pretty cold and people are wearing jackets. So if I go into a polling place, I can't take my coat off. I'll be all right. I'll be a little sweaty for a while. But what if someone goes in that's unable to handle the heat for 20, 30 minutes and passes out? You know, that's not really a good situation to be in. Someone shouldn't have to dictate their dress code by other people's emotions. And if that's the case, we can go through a whole list of laws that should be on the books, which I don't think should be as far as dress code. Last thing I'd like to say is brandishing has been thrown around a lot as something that's a problem. The word brandishing does not appear anywhere in New Hampshire RSAs. It just doesn't exist. There are some states that use the word brandishing as a specific prohibited act, and most of those places describe it as waving or especially something, usually a weapon, in a threatening manner, in anger or excitement. just holding something, even according to that definition, or having it on their person openly would not be brandishing in any way. So, you know, we also passed a bill last year that said that just the mere display of a firearm is not criminal threatening. And that was clarified, and I believe I won't mention the bill, but it was last year, it was passed and signed. So, anyway, that's it. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair may inquire with a question. My understanding that this bill, it would create a restriction with an open carrying within 100 feet of a polling place. So would that apply to a person who's on their own private property that just happens to be within 100 feet of a polling place?
It doesn't have an exception, and also my polling place, I know it very well because I ran there and held signs, and electioneering isn't allowed within 100 feet, and people had to stand pretty close to the entrance. Some places, the 100 feet may preclude the entrance to a polling place. They might not be even allowed to go into the polling place with their vehicle. They may have to go home out of their way or be unable to vote that day, and could theoretically be disenfranchised because they couldn't go into the parking lot, let alone the place itself, even if they did lock it up in their car. Just by being in their vehicle, open carry, they have to like hide it, or they pull in and then not let anyone see them put it in their trunk. So.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All good?
At this time, the witness is excused. Thank you for your testimony.
The committee now calls Alan Rice, Gun Owners of America.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Mr. Chairman. Once again, for the record, my name is Alan Rice, and I am a resident of Bedford, New Hampshire, and I am here representing Gun Owners of America, national organization. All this talk about not being able to carry a gun in the open makes me want to carry a gun in the open. I usually carry a gun concealed for personal safety, but I'm going to have to reconsider that. I wanted to expand on something that was said on the previous bill because I think it's on point. This coercive control, to me, is a fancy word basically to say I'm too chicken and I don't trust anybody and I have no way to take, and I'm unwilling to take responsibility for my personal safety. It's just way out of step with New Hampshire values. I'm not going to take the full 2 minutes because most of the points are the same as I made on a previous bill, and I would ask the committee to vote this bill inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. The witness is excused.
The committee now calls Penny Dean.
Thank you, members of the committee, for hearing me. My name is Penny Dean, a resident of Concord, New Hampshire, and I respectfully ask that you ITL this bad bill. I would ask you to look at RSA 659-43, Roman 3, which is referenced in Roman 1 of the bill. And that allows the moderator shall designate a preferred area for electioneering, and it goes on and on and on. So what can happen and what likely would happen is the actual area would be more than 100 feet circumference from the actual polling place. The statute, or the bill also proposes that this be all day, even if the polling's only part of the day. So a person will think, well, gee, the polling's only going on from noon to 8. This only applies then. Well, no, it applies the whole day. So there's a lot of what I call tricky things. But I think the most important thing for those who don't carry a firearm every day and don't take responsibility for their own self-defense and personal protection, and want the taxpayers to foot that, people do not deliberately, quote unquote, bring a gun to the polls. When I get up in the morning and get dressed and I put on my guns, I put them on just like I put on my bra and skivvies, and I take them off at night. So I'm not, quote unquote, bringing them anywhere. They're already with me. Because just like if I knew which day I was going to get in a car accident, I'd stay home that day. Be real simple. Same day, if I knew which day I was going to get attacked by some bad person, I wouldn't go out that day. But I don't know that. And so people are not, quote unquote, bringing their guns anywhere. Most people that take responsibility for their own self-defense have their gun with them. And the polling place is no different. You don't know if when you leave the polling place, if you're going to have a problem. And quite frankly, the other point, which I think another speaker made, which is really good, I was half my size before my injuries. I was a distance runner. Unfortunately, now I still have some injuries, and I'm a much bigger girl. And I can tell you that carrying firearms now, more likely to be open because they don't fit the way they used to. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. Any members of the public who wish to testify who have not testified already? At this time, we will now close the public hearing on House Bill 1096. At this time, we'll now open the executive session on House Bill 1096. Representative Burt, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion on House Bill 1096 ITL, an expedient to legislate.
A motion has been expedient to legislate. That has been seconded by Representative Roy. Representative Burt, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are several things, well, like the last speaker said, and she said it very well. There's a lot of tricky things in this bill. And one of them is my polling place, Bartlett Elementary in Goffstown, which has been there over 100 years now, is within 100 feet of the road. So again, I go back to, I am driving by the school, and at that point, I am in violation of this law, this bill, if it became law. There's just, again, many things that they're trying to address a problem that doesn't exist. I've seen several people open carry at the polling place. I, myself, open carry every time I vote. I'm not the only one in that building doing it. Every policeman there is open carrying, and a lot of the voters are also open carrying. I don't see any intimidation toward anybody forcing them to vote one way or another because I can't wear a particular political shirt that I wish to wear. They're very strict on that. So I just don't see where this bill is going to fix anything other than they're looking for a problem that doesn't exist. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Muse, you're recognized.
So if we don't pass this bill, we put one more gauntlet in front of the average person who wants to go to the polls to take advantage of something that every American has the right to take advantage and to do, and that's to vote for the candidates of their choice without fear of intimidation. Again, we are not saying that people have to go to the polls defenseless. This bill does allow for people, for poll workers and for voters, to bring concealed weapons into the polls. What this bill tries to specifically address is the open carrying and display of weapons outside polling places, which has become a real problem. This is not a made-up thing. This is not a made-up problem. These incidents are real, and they've been happening across the country. And again, given the level of division that we're going through right now, given the way that so many people are questioning the integrity of our elections, questioning the integrity of the voting process, the bills that we've seen demanding that people be allowed to stand close to election workers and monitor results. We even had one, I think, where people are going to be allowed, I guess, to do that now in candidate and campaign regalia. The issue is that it is one thing to express yourself. It's another thing completely to do it in a way that's intimidating to other people. Coming to the polls to vote should be a liberating experience for every American. It should be one of the things that we're proudest to do. It's one of our biggest responsibilities as citizens. The polls should be an inviting and welcoming place, not a place where people have to go to run a gauntlet of other people with firearms. Again, You know, we are not talking about taking away anybody's Second Amendment rights with this bill. What we're basically saying is keep the weapons in your pants, people. I urge you to reject the inexpedient to legislate recommendation, and so we can take a vote and pass this bill. Thank you.
Representative True.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was pointed out by somebody in testimony, and I'll repeat the point, that if I'm standing within 100 feet of a polling place, I am intimidating somebody. Well, if I'm just standing there with a gun on my hip, who would I be intimidating? I don't know how you're going to vote. I don't know which candidate. You're not going to support my candidate. I don't know any of that. I'm just standing there. I'm not intimidating somebody to vote one way or the other. That's not possible. What I see here today is a disconnect, and I think it's a disconnect not only in this hall but in this country, that there is a Second Amendment that grants U.S. citizens rights, and a lot of people don't like those rights. However, somebody can't say that I don't believe somebody should be allowed to say that my Second Amendment must be curtailed because of the way they feel. And that's what I think this is. It's they want to take away, they don't want to take away the policeman's rights, so it's not really the gun that they're afraid of, right? The town policeman standing there, maybe two of them. They're walking the gauntlet through the police when they get to the polls. They're not taking away their right, they want to take away my right just to peacefully carry, and that's the disconnect. And maybe the disconnect will be here for many, many years, but that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
At this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you are in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yea. If you're opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch.
Yes.
Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Testament.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yay.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yay.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
No.
Representative Pantelakis.
No.
Representative O'Hearn. Representative Bourdonnais.
Yes.
Representative Muse.
No.
Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden.
No.
Representative Conley.
Yes.
Representative Klein Knight.
No.
Representative Bradley.
No.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
Okay. 13 yeas, 7 nays, 1 not voting. Is that great?
Motion of inexpedient to legislate passes. Representative Burt, will you be preparing a majority report?
Yes, I will, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Will there be a minority report? At this time, we'll now close the executive session on House Bill 1096. At this time, we will now open the public hearing on House Bill 1281. Chair recognizes Representative Roy to introduce House Bill 1281.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Since introducing this bill, I've had conversations with several of the gun groups advocates as well as domestic violence advocates, and I decided that the bill, while its concept is still worthy of support, it does need a little work, so I'm going to ask the committee to support a recommendation of interim study, and I will not take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. You are excused. If there's any members of the public present who wish to testify, please step forward.
Joe Hand, wave off, Joe. Okay, Stephen Andres, waves off. Attorney Dean.
This time we recognize Penny Dean. Representative Klein Knight, do you have a parliamentary inquiry? Your microphone is.
Did you already?
I would recommend using Representative Bradley's microphone.
Did you already move the question? Or sorry, we're taking witnesses. Question for the chair. So sorry.
You are recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Are we listening to testimony now that even though this prime sponsor moved to interim study?
Yes, any member of the public who's here, who came here to testify, who still wishes to testify, we'll give them the courtesy as allowing them to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the House. Attorney Penny Dean, in support of HB 1281. I think this bill is badly needed. The only criticism I have, which is actually rare, normally I have criticism of bills, this bill was actually pretty darn decent. And so I'm puzzled as to why it's being pulled. The only amendment I would have respectfully suggested is the person being guilty of a felony. In line 12, a person who is taking these firearms is taking on a lot of responsibility, and this method is really good. And this is good drafting, actually. Most of it's good drafting. And so I'd respectfully say that maybe a small amendment, but rarely do I see gun bills this good. So, that's my only thing, is I think this bill is desperately needed. People in domestic situations, they sometimes need to sell their firearms to be able to pay ongoing legal fees or personal expenses when they leave their primary home and they now have to rent another home. So I think the bill is a wonderful idea. It's timely, it's been needed for decades, and respectfully suggest whenever it's ready to be put back out, that this concept, I mean, I can't speak proactively to new language, but that this concept is desperately needed.
Thank you for your testimony. The witness is excused. Representative Bournet, you recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
The sponsor of the bill has asked for a motion of interim study. What does that mean in today's calendar?
Well, first we would have to close the public hearing, and then we would have to open an executive session, which I intend to do right after I close the public hearing. And I will likely be recognizing Representative Roy to make a motion for an interim study. Provide that motion is seconded, it would mean that we're not going to take any action on the bill this year. However, it would be something that could be further investigated down the line. At this time, we will now close the public hearing on House Bill 1281. At this time, we'll now open the executive session on House Bill 1281. And the chair will recognize Representative Roy to make a motion.
I would like to move interim study on HB 1281.
Second.
It has been seconded by Representative Wallace.
Point of order.
Representative
Chair,
Klein,
we have a right
I'm
for
trying to,
Mason's
I'm trying to recognize you for your
sorry.
point of order.
I can't
Please
see
state
you.
your point of order, and just a friendly reminder, the microphone that you're speaking into seems to be malfunctioning, so use the one to your left.
In Mason's rules, point of order on the right in executive session to debate before making a motion. Moving the question.
Do you mind restating your point of order?
As I've been looking through this lovely book of Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedures, I did happen to glance at a rule that says the body is entitled to debate and healthy discussion in an executive session before moving right to a vote.
That is a correct reading and application of the rules. I will say that the question has not been moved yet. The motion was made, it was seconded, and then I was going to open up for discussion. So,
I'm so sorry.
When it's opened up for discussion, the rule is generally each member who wishes to participate in the discussion may participate at least one time when it's opened. It's within the discretion that you had to recognize a member a second time. However, that's provided all the members who have not spoke already have been recognized to speak.
Thank you so much and your patience for teaching me, Mr. Chair.
That motion was seconded by Representative Wallace. So, Representative Roy, do you wish to speak to the motion of interim study?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated when I introduced the bill, the concept of the bill I still support and stand by. There are just some minor tweaks that need to be made to it, and in the interest of our full calendar this year, that we will be limited on time in sending it to the Senate, and it needs some work. So I'm just going to go ahead and, as I said, recommend we hold on to it.
Representative Klein-Knight, you are recognized.
Thank you so much for recognizing me, and again, apologies on that incorrect, I jumped the gun there, because this is exactly what I wanted.
No need to apologize. It was a correct point of order raised in a proper manner, with the exception of you talking over me. But otherwise, it was
Okay, well,
fine.
thank you again, and all I wanted to say for the record was that I wanted to recognize Representative Roy's decision to interim study this. It's greatly appreciated, especially for domestic and abuse survivors in the state. It just needs a little bit more work. But I do wonder why we can't move to ITL and vote down this interim study so another motion can be made such as that, because it could be brought up again in the next term.
Representative Newman, you are recognized.
Based on that excellent point of order, I have a parliamentary inquiry as to what is the effect of the interim study this year, given our accelerated calendar. Does that just mean it can come up next year? Does it mean it can come up in this session, or how does that work?
If I recall, and last term was my first term, as I believe it was your first term, when we had a single hearing where we discussed all the bills that were interim studied. And in that, when we voted on each of those bills, the recommendation was, do we believe further legislation is necessary in the future or not? So this is something that, as a committee, we would, and this would be more closer to the fall, would we make a recommendation that this be discussed in the future, as opposed to not? And that's what the conversation would be. Inexpedient to legislate is simply a negative recommendation.
And thank you for your excellent response to a parliamentary inquiry.
At this time, the matter will now be put to question. If you are in support of the motion for interim study, please say yay. If you are opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch.
Yes.
Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green. Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman.
Yes.
Representative True.
Yay.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
No.
Representative Panalakis.
No.
Representative O'Hearn. Representative Bourdonnais.
Yes.
Representative Muse. No. Representative Newman.
No.
Representative Bolden.
No.
Representative Conley.
No.
Representative Klein Knight.
No.
Representative Bradley.
No.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
With 12 yeas, 8 nays, and 1 not voting, the bill is interim studied.
The motion passes. Senator Burt, will you be making a majority report?
Would Representative Roy be doing that?
Oh, my confusion. Representative True.
Point of order. Does it-
You are recognized for your point of order. Please state your point of order. Are you sure it's not a parliamentary inquiry?
Does an interim study require a report? It would go to nobody, would it?
I think a required is not, it's not required, it's usually recommended in the practice. As would a minority report. Would there be a minority report? At this time, we'll now close the executive session on House Bill 1281, and the committee will be adjourned.
Is everyone going